What's going on, everybody? It's your favorite YouTuber, Austin Holloman, back with another live stream after a long break. Really wasn't a long break, but it was a long break for me because you guys know I usually go live every single day. If you guys, before we start the show, go to Austin Holloman Vlogs. I see the mods have already tagged it in the chat many, many times. Go to the other channel and subscribe to the other channel because, like I told you guys about a month ago or 3 weeks, 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, I was in Sao Paulo. I told you guys there will be no more vlogs on this channel, just discussion questions and live streams. The vlogs are on the other channel. I already had the second vlog for the Amazon tour uploaded. The first one premiered like 2 or 3 days ago, I believe. So if you guys want to see my travels, because I will still be traveling, but I'm separating that for technical reasons, like I told you guys before, go subscribe to the other channel. Thank you. Now, I've been in Manaus. Manaus is growing on me the longer I'm here. The travel guide will be released whenever I leave or right before I leave, because I'm learning a few places that I'm learning the right spots to go to as I'm outside every single day, so you guys can be well informed before you get here. And then after I leave, I will tell you guys how I figured out how to have the best dates and my dating strategy while I was here and what worked for me, because it's been working. It's been working very well. Like what it took me 3 weeks to do in Sao Paulo, I've done in 6 days here. So it's completely different. Location definitely makes a difference. Now, I have a guest that is an expat or was an expat in Medellin. He has some very interesting perspectives and a lot of information because he was there for a number of years from what he told me. And I don't know why guys are still going to Medellin, as dangerous as it is, and like it seems like every single day, there's a foreigner that's dying there in Medellin. I don't know why. I mean, go to another city, but hey, you know what? There's a certain type of traveler that's going over there that's making those mistakes. Keep going there making those mistakes. Don't follow me around, because I don't want the behavior that you're going to bring with you along with you as well, because it's something y'all are doing wrong. And I'm not mocking anybody dying or anything, but you guys know what I mean when I say that. Also, we will be in Europe next week. Like I told you guys, the tickets are already bought. I just had to buy the Airbnb. Those Airbnbs are not cheap in Portugal. For like 10 days, the Airbnb is like $1,100, $1,200. I thought I had put $400 or $500 to the side, like, it's just like Latin America. They said it's cheap in Portugal. That shit ain't that cheap. It's cheap, but it ain't that cheap. I guess it ain't as bad as it could be, but it's not that cheap. So we're still raising funds for the Portugal trip, but we'll get back to that here in a little bit. Right now, we will bring up our guest, the man of the hour. We have Go Abroad now. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, my brother? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. I sure can.
Cool, man. I'm happy to be with you, brother. I'm happy to be on your platform.
Thank you. I'm happy to have you here. So would you tell everybody who you are, what you do, where you're from?
Yeah, pretty much. I started a channel, Go Abroad Now, about a month ago, to help brothers get out of Matrix, because I feel like it's something I'm passionate about. People need to get out of the States to see the world. A brief introduction about myself. I've been an expat for about 5 years. I lived in Medellin for 5 years. And I think I have a little bit different view on Medellin, because I actually got visa there. I had a visa there. I had immigration paperwork. I had a lease in my name. I had phone bill in my name, cable in my name, everything there. So, and I also speak Spanish, 100% bilingual from birth. So I can kind of give people a different reality of Medellin, that quite frankly, I haven't seen on YouTube yet. I think, and I want to say this, I don't want to be arrogant, but I think I might be the The most qualified person on the planet to talk about Medellin. I just haven't seen nobody out there on YouTube that has my kind of insight. So that's a little brief introduction about myself.
Really? So, how many years did you say you were in Medellin?
So I was in Medellin around 5 years, and that was I got several visas there, immigration paperwork, lease in my name, cable in my name, internet in my name, everything in my name, and I was there for about 5 years. And of course, yo hablo español 100%. I speak Spanish 100%. So I just haven't seen that insight from any YouTuber online at all. I think I might be the most qualified person to speak on Medellin. And I say that humbly. I don't want to call myself an expert because I'm no longer there. I'm in the States here for a couple weeks before I head out to my next destination.
So, what drew you to Medellin?
So I started my travels in Mexico, and I was in the Cancun area, and I spent some time in Mexico, and I met another passport bro there. I was just eating tacos, and the guy said, "Hey, if you want to go to a place that's better than this, it's got better women, better weather, and better money wise. It's a try a place called Medellin." And I literally booked my flight. I think it was the next week or 2 weeks after that, and I arrived to Medellin, man. And my mind was blown away, my brother.
What was your mind blown away by?
The weather, the cost. Mexico is really expensive right now. As a matter of fact, I don't want to talk down about Mexico, but I don't think I'll ever return there because it's just, I mean, compared to Colombia, I mean, the cost, the weather, the women. I know you get a lot of bad, reviews about the food and stuff in Medellin, but once you figure out the local spots, the food is awesome, man. I mean, they've got Dominican food there, they've got, Jamaican food there, they've got all Chinese food in Medellin.
So, I know you said that Medellin is cheap. So, what would you say your quality of life was like? 10 being the best.
Yeah, so I would say it's definitely at a 9 or 10. I had a penthouse, 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 5 balconies, 8 closets, 2 garages underneath, full security. I had a bulletproof door. Um, Marble everywhere. Italian marble surrounds me. For I started when I started, I got the place for about 420. When I left, it was at around like 680. Now, mind you, a place like that would cost you in New York. I'm originally from New York, but I spent time all over the place. In front of Central Park, a place like that would cost you 20, 25,000. In Miami, a place like that would cost you 12, 15,000. LA, probably something similar. In Dominican Republic, would cost you 5, 6 grand for that apartment. And I had it. I came in, I signed the lease at 420. When I left, it was about 680. This is a direct owner to occupant or tenant lease. So direct, no agencies, nothing like that. This is just, talking.
Wow, you said you had 5 balconies and 8 closets.
So it was a 5-5-5 deal. So 5 bedrooms, 5 balconies, 5 bathrooms, 8 closets, 2 garages.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So, your daily lifestyle compared to what it's like in the States, what would you say was the difference?
Well, brother, I'm here right now, and it's very, very bad in the States, man. I think, not to get political, but I think there's so much illegal immigration. It's really bogged down the people down here. Like wages are down. They talk about wages haven't even kept up, but I don't even think wages have kept up. I think they've gone down. It's just so much competition. Wages are low, man. Everything's expensive. You're looking at 400 or 500 bucks for a date. When you can do the same thing in Colombia for 30, 40 bucks.
Correct. I would agree. And so, that penthouse you were talking about, you said it was 420 a month?
So remember, I was there for a number of years, a little bit under 5 years, I think. So I started at 420, my lease. And then by the time I had left, it was like at seven, I want to say 680, 690, something like that.
That's
Yeah,
crazy cheap. That's
that's
crazy.
crazy cheap, bro. And that security downstairs, I'm in a Strata 6 neighborhood. I'm in the best neighborhood. I was in Laureles. I didn't like Poblado because the altitude is so high, the mountains, it gets cold at night. And so I needed to be somewhere flat. I don't want to go from one cold climate to another cold climate.
Okay. So, positive aspects of Medellin, because I know there's a lot of negatives, and we're gonna get into that. But besides the cheap cost of living, what are some of the positive things that you love the most about Medellin?
Yeah, man, I would say number one, brother, is the women. I mean, there's just no place on earth like it. I thought it might have been Ukraine. I've never been to Ukraine. I've never been to Kiev. But then I had a buddy of mine that said, no, dude, even Kiev's not like Medellin. It's just this high concentration of really attractive females in such a short area or distance. I just haven't seen it anywhere else. And I've been to other places, and it's just a lot of beautiful women just everywhere. I mean, my favorite place was Santa Fe Mall. And I remember now, and you guys can actually try this. If you go to the Dollar Tree at the top floor, I mean, there's literally a model there that was a cashier. That's a cashier, you know. So it's just like stuff like that just doesn't happen. A solid 8 or 9 that's cashing you out, you know, making $200 a month is just crazy, my brother.
Yeah, yeah, that's when you know there's an excessive amount of beautiful women. So, how would you compare the culture of how the people in Medellin treated you to how they are in New York? I know it's a major difference.
Yeah. Before I answer that, brother, I want to kind of give an insight, because a lot of people don't know this. I haven't heard this on the internet. I promised that I was going to come with some insight that you guys didn't know before, but nobody knows this. How did Medellin end up with so much beautiful women? Right. I mean, nobody knows this shit. It's like, whoa, did they? No, it wasn't like that. So basically, what happened, this is what numerous old people have told me, and cab drivers. Again, yo hablo español 100%, so I'm able to speak with these people. And they basically said, I heard the same story like repetitively. So basically, this is it. Medellin in the heyday, um, there was a person that was, I guess, that was notorious for doing crime. We'll say Escobar to keep the but basically, what this man did is the economy blew up so big, it was like the modern day Dubai. That's what Medellin was back then in the 80s and 90s. Medellin was like the modern day Dubai. So you had um, workers that were doing well, let's just say, and they were importing women from Spain, from all other places, Italy, all this other stuff, because they just had so much money. And I'm trying to keep it PG. So all these guys had a bunch of money. These guys that were moving product all over the world, mainly to the US, they had so much money. They started importing models from Spain, from Italy, from Greece, just from all over the place, and saying, hey, you know, I want you to be my wife, boom, boom, boom. And then all these people came into this little town, and the economy was so big. I mean, the economy, they were making so much money. They were making more money than General Motors. I mean, just to give you it was like the Dubai back then. And so you had all these beautiful women come in, and the genetic came in, and that's why, you know, today there's no other place like it, I think, as far as women. So that's just a little story to give you guys a little insight.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I never knew that though, but I think a lot of Latin America is like that, just in a different scenario. Just like here in Brazil, they're so mixed because of they had slaves and they had uh, when just like the United States, how they imported the Irish. Well, the Irish came over to get jobs and stuff like that, but in Brazil, they actually imported people in. I think a lot of Latin America is like that, but I've never heard that story about that. I've never known that. I
Yeah,
appreciate you sharing that.
yeah, brother. Nobody knows that story, and I thought it was fake at the beginning. But then cab driver after old person told me that, even retired cops and everything, and they just imported all these beautiful women. And I'm talking about there's no other place like it. And you look at it, and it's like out of 10 chicks, 6 or 7 of them are attractive. And I haven't seen that anywhere else yet. I haven't seen it in Mexico, been to Brazil, other places, and I just haven't seen it yet.
Wow. So, what would you say? How would you compare the culture between Medellin and New York?
Okay, so the New York culture is very bad. We have a reputation of being. I'm a New Yorker, but we have a reputation of being the rudest people, you know, in the country. We're very fast talkers. We're very rude. I come back here, you know, nobody even says hi. It's very weird. But yeah, I would say Medellin culture is completely different, you know, than the States or New York.
So, you think people are just more warm in Medellin and they're more outgoing?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. They just, man, you're gonna love Medellin if it's based on just the culture. The people are very friendly, very helpful. The one negative I would say is that they're not warm like Mexican people or Dominican people. Like they're not gonna bring you to your house, to their house, but they are gonna be friendly up front and everything like that. But it's hard to establish a social circle in Medellin if you're a gringo.
Okay. So, would you say it's easy to integrate yourself in that community there as a gringo?
Yeah, I would say absolutely not. You don't have a chance. In my building, the person in front of me was. a plastic surgeon. The person downstairs was the dentist. The person upstairs was a judge. These people never spoke to me, never integrated. It was just hi and bye. They all assume that you're just there for one thing. It's very, very difficult to find real friends. It's very difficult to find real relationships with females. It's very difficult to integrate into the Colombian or Medellin culture. As I said, all my people, I mean, there was in my garage, there was Audis, there were G-Wagons, all this other stuff. People say hi and bye, but nobody ever invited me to their house. Nothing like that. It's just they're very tight niche because another thing they're aware of is, hey, a lot of people are thieves and stealing all this other stuff. So, as Casey, my friend Casey said, it's just impossible to integrate into the Medellin culture.
Wow. So if it's not easy to get a girlfriend, what is Medellin good for when it comes to dating?
So the thing with the girlfriend is this, man. You can get a lot of people think that the females in Medellin are pay to play. I would say maybe 70-80% of them are pay to play, but there's still 20%, still 15-20%. I could get a girlfriend in literally a week there, organic, and she has a job and everything like that. And I'll share with you guys what my formula would be. I could even get her in Poblado. Um, Basically, man, what you would have to, I'm giving you guys the sauce right now. You got to speak a little bit of Spanish, at least a little bit. But here's the thing, man. What you're going to do is this. It's going to be cold approach. I don't do any cold approach. I just don't. I'm an online guy. But cold approach, basically, you're going to go between the hours of 10 a.m. and around 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday. It's going to be dead. The malls, everything's going to be dead. And then if you see a beautiful chick that's working, that has a job, you go ahead and approach her. And you just talk to her, say, hey, I'm in town, and I'd like to take you out for a cup of coffee. Use a translator if you have to use a translator or speak the little bit of Spanish that you have. That's what you do. If you want to raise your odds, go away from Poblado and Parquejeros and maybe go out to Sabaneta and Vigado or even further. But if you and they're going to be all over. There's going to be beautiful women working at pharmacies, at stores, everywhere. So all you have to do approach them. And if they got a job, they're like 80-90%. They're true working girls, as in they have a job and they're not working in another kind of field.
Okay. Okay. So it was hard to build a social network. The girls, it's kind of hard to trust them, I guess, from what you're saying. We already asked that when you already speak Spanish fluently. Uh, let's go back to safety and challenges. So, what events in specific would you say made you feel that Medellin was? Because you said you left Medellin because of danger, right?
Yeah, so I left because I didn't feel safe anymore. I left around the same time. I left a couple months after. A lot of people don't know this, but Fit X Fearless, that dating coach, he was in Medellin longer than me. I think. I think he was there 7, 8 years, 9 years. I used to see him almost every day at the mall, Santa Fe Mall. He used to go to the gym and then have lunch at the food court, and then he stopped doing it when Medellin blew up because people started approaching him. But yeah, he left due to safety. I left due to safety because I didn't want the pressure of having to worry about, oh, I gotta be safe, I gotta be safe, I gotta be safe all the time. People don't know the realities of Medellin. A lot of stuff goes down there that people doesn't make it to the news and stuff like that. Like people think with the getting drugged and scopolamine and stuff like that, they think it's only Tinder, but it's actually much more dangerous than that. If you meet a female, you might see her on the street at a supermarket, something like that. You might see her 2, 3 times, and people have gotten scoped that way as well. When I hired a personal trainer, he came over to my house, and I was like, "Hey, get the weights in the closet." And the guy got scared. He was like, "I'm not going to the closet because the last client kidnapped me." So kidnapping is typical. It's normal. Extortion is normal. I love Medellin. I love the Colombian people. But it's not a place like Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Brazil. It's much more dangerous than that. And that stuff of knowing how to move and all that stuff, that's not going to work. I'm going to tell you guys my security protocol, my security detail, how I moved and how nothing happened to me in 5 years.
Yeah, the more and more I've been traveling to places that I go to where I don't feel like that, when I hear people tell me stories about like what you just said with like kidnapping, I really don't have any time for that kind of stuff. Like you said, learning how to move and all that. I used to think that was all right. Now it's kind of like, nah, well, I moved out to the United States to have a better life, not to have a
Yeah.
better dating life and then feel like I get fucking kidnapped at the same time. So your daily life in Medellin with the rise in crime and druggings and kidnappings, uh, you day to day, you felt like you were just always on edge. You would say,
Yeah, so I feel like I felt like I was always on edge. And I just don't want to have to worry about that all the time. But I'll tell you guys what was my security protocol. Basically, I have a chauffeur slash security guy that is my tail wherever I go. If I go outside, I'm with him. Now, I don't need to do this. I speak Spanish 100%. I know my way around town. But for me, it's so damn cheap that I might as well just have somebody with me anyway. It's just a good look. A typical taxi driver, you can pay them, 20, 25, 30,000 pesos, 4, 5, 6 bucks an hour. So if I'm going out, I'd rather have him with me. And you're gonna pay for Uber and taxi anyway. So this guy can drive me around and watch over me as well. And if I have a female in the house, he's there. And if I'm doing my business in my master bedroom and I don't come out in 30 minutes, he tears down the door. That's the security protocol. Um, as I said to you before, it's a very tight security protocol. But I'd rather be safe than sorry because to me, $5, $6 is nothing compared to losing my life. There's a guy, I think I told you when we spoke. There's a guy, one of my friends. He lives in Colorado. He has 18 Airbnbs. He was out there roaming the streets in Medellin by himself, and I said, "Hey, this is what you need to do." He got himself a guy, and long story short, he was there with his like security guy, his bodyguard, and the bodyguard got scoped. They were going after him. They were at a house with two chicks. They were going after him, and he got scoped. The bodyguard got scoped. This guy with the 18 Airbnbs ended up spending his entire vacation at a hospital watching over his security guy. So it's dangerous, man. It's not. And I want to say one more thing, Austin. If people are dying every week and stuff like that, but if this was happening in DR or Thailand, they'd shut the country down. The country would lose its tourism. But here it happens and it's no problem. It's okay. They could keep dying, everything going, nobody cares. And again, I love Medellin. I love the Colombian people. I'm not talking bad about it. I just want to bring everybody abreast of the situation of what's going on.
so well, why do you think it is in Medellin or in Colombia in general that they don't do anything about it?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Again, this is a big, tremendous insight I'm about to give you guys. So the Medellin, I guess, government or police department has its hands full trying to protect their own people. With thieves and robbers and people kidnaps, extortion with their own Colombian people. So it's like the way they see it, and you guys don't know this, and you guys aren't going to agree with this. It's like these gringos are coming in, they're getting into bad stuff, they're doing bad stuff, they're with women, they're doing drugs, all this other stuff. Why are we going to protect them if they just come here for that? And so we need to protect our own people. And Medellin doesn't depend on tourism. Colombia doesn't depend on tourism solely. It does help out, but it's not their number one. Their number one thing, I think, is coffee and oil. I believe so. And so the way they look at it is, we're not going to waste our time, resources, watching out for these people that are coming here for no good. We need to protect our own people. We don't care what happens to them. That's the answer.
Wow. I mean, it makes sense. I guess it does make sense to proceed at your own risk. So I don't know if you brought this up earlier a second ago, but have you had any situation where you've been robbed or you've been harmed or drugged?
No, I mean, from the time I got there, um, I want to say a week. Um, as an expat, you're gonna find out what the reality of the situation. That it's not gravy. It's real stuff going out there. And I always kept that security protocol, and thank Lord, nothing ever happened to me.
Okay. And would you say that there's some neighborhoods or because I know in a lot of countries, if you want to avoid crime, you can just go live in a certain part of town. Do you think that that doesn't apply to Medellin?
Damn, my brother, that's an excellent question, man. That's an excellent question. I got an excellent response for you. Anywhere I have gone in the world, I grew up in New York, and then I did 10 years in Georgia, in Atlanta. Anywhere in the world I lived, you can pay a lot of money and live in a rich neighborhood and nothing won't happen to you. Colombia is the only place that I've been to that you can't do that. That you can't, there is no safe neighborhood. You can't pay to be in Strata 6 or in Poblado or wherever and pay good money to be safe. As a matter of fact, if you're in Strata 6 in Poblado, you're much unsafer in that neighborhood, because when somebody wants an iPhone or something like that, a thief wants an iPhone, they're going to Parkers, they're going to Poblado. So it's actually unsafer. If such a thing existed, I would have still been there and I would have paid the top dollar to live in the top neighborhood. But unfortunately, and I don't understand. I lived in New York, I lived in Atlanta. There was prestigious neighborhoods that nothing would happen to you and all this other stuff. And Colombia is that one place where I've been to, and they don't have an area that's just protected. And Poblado, all this other stuff, is not protected at all. So it's kind of crazy, man.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, definitely doesn't sound like it's worth it. So, any issues with taxi drivers? Like, have you ever had taxi drivers that try to participate in crime, or is that normal for taxi drivers to do that there?
That's an excellent question, my brother. I'm gonna give you guys the sauce. Um, I was shout out. I'm gonna say who my favorite YouTuber is. Shout out to the Flyboy Way. He's my favorite YouTuber. He's been traveling longer than anybody. I think 15, 20 years. He was what brought me to the travel space. But he was saying, I read one thing one day or saw a video where he was like, should I go to Barra Ejecutiva in El Centro, in the ghetto, or should I go to La Isla in Poblado, in the high end area? And I was like, what people don't even know about that is, bro, you might not even make it to the club. And you're like, what do you mean? You might not even make it to a club. You might get in a car, bro, and you might end up in a river somewhere or in the back of a trunk of a car somewhere. I mean, you might end up dead because the transportation there can be dangerous, man. I would say that I'm giving you guys a real sauce. I would say that 8 out of 10 cars, the tag doesn't match the Uber account. It's a different
I've
car.
seen
It's a
that.
different tag all the time. 7 out of 10 times. Another component is 8 out of 10 times the driver doesn't match the account. It might be the right car, but now you get in the car, the driver doesn't match the Uber account. It's his photo. It might be a cousin, a friend driving that account. They lease these accounts. You could pay. You could rent these accounts. You don't know. God forbid that car just got stolen. Somebody could have used that. They stole that car. They got the car. They got the phone with the Uber account, and they could rob and kill anybody, and that happens consistently. And so when I first arrived there a week, I went on a date and I was with this chick and she was like, no, 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 my guy has to come get us. I'm like, why? Why are we gonna wait for him 30 minutes? And not just pick up a taxi or Uber. And she was like, because it's dangerous, especially at night. You're better off waiting for a person 30, 40 minutes and get in one of these cars. The tag don't match the car. If the tag matches the car, then the driver don't match the account, you know? And so it's a lot of things. It's very, very dangerous. So to revert back to my original point with Flyboy Way, he was like, yo, which club do I go to? My brother, you might not even make it to the club. It's reality.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's absolutely crazy.
Crazy, right? See,
Yeah.
it's a different level of danger, and nobody knows this stuff, and nobody talks about it. So I said, I don't want to be arrogant, but I'm the most qualified person probably on the planet to talk about Medellin.
I would say that was and it's more common even with Bolt. I thought Uber was always safer for that, but I know with Bolt, in every country I've been to, it seems like their tags, or except for maybe Thailand, that their tags don't match. Like the information doesn't match what you see in person. But the face does.
But think
So
about this for a second, bro. You about to go to the club or you about to go to wherever you go, and it's not even in the back of your mind. Like, hey, I'm jumping in this car. I could end up in a river somewhere or in the back of a truck somewhere, in the back of a trunk of a car. It's not even in your mind. You're thinking, oh, I'm about to go to the club, all this other stuff. And it's so much of these accounts that are just not, you don't know where they came from. You don't know where these people came from.
yeah, yeah, I can imagine that. So you mentioned this earlier. Can you mention it one more time so everybody can be clarified with
Sure.
this? How did you ensure that your safety was better than others when you were in Medellin? You said you had a bodyguard.
So what I did was, it's so cheap. It's so cheap. Just have a person with you at all times, even if you're out 3, 4 hours. Just pay them their hourly rate, because it's better to have somebody watching over you than you being out by yourself. I'm fully capable of being out. I speak 100% Spanish. I know the city very well. I even blend in with the local. Well, probably not, because I'm like 6 foot tall. I'm tall, but I can. easily navigate around by myself. But it's so cheap. Why not just pay somebody? And in the 5 years I was there, nothing ever happened to me with that tight security protocol. If I have a female in the house, somebody needs to be sitting on my couch in my living room playing TikTok or whatever it is. If anything happens, they're there for me, and they also pick up the date and they drop them off as well. And I still have security from the building downstairs. But it's about protecting yourself, man, because this is not a normal country. And again, I love the Medellin people, I love the Colombian people, but this is not a normal country like PR or DR or Brazil.
Do you think that your security and your front desk can become corrupted at some point?
Absolutely, man. So that's an excellent question, my brother. So here's the test, the litmus test that how I got my driver. Um, if you forget a phone in a taxi, 9 out of 10 times they ain't gonna return it. 9 out of 10 times they're not gonna return the phone. So if I left a phone in a taxi and the guy returns it, that's a guy I want to keep. And my guy, I knew where he lives. I stayed at his house before. He owns his house. He owns apartments. That's the kind of people you want. And how many drivers did I blow through? Hundreds of them. I mean, it's hard to get good people. If anybody wants to come, I don't recommend right now coming to Medellin. You're better off going to Cartagena and hitting up danger. But if you want to come to Medellin, I will give you my guy, my personal guy who owns a house, who owns apartments, who's been a cab driver, owns his car and everything like that. That's the person I trust. I wouldn't recommend going out there, but if you guys can reach out to me, and I will supply that. But basically, if you leave your phone in the car, I left my phone in the car. He returned it. I knew that was a solid guy. Oh, and look at the phone that I have, guys. This is it. So I have a saying over there. I think this phone's 8, 10 years old. I have a saying over there, and I could have a brand new one just like you guys. But here's the thing: I have a saying over there. If I see somebody with a phone like that at 13 or 14, I say, "Hey, man, you got 3 seconds." They're like, "3 seconds for what?" 3 seconds before your head is on your lap and your phone is gone, because that phone, bro, is $1,000. That phone is 6 months' salary for these people. It's not a joke. It's not a game, man. So you guys are walking around with $1,000 phone. That $1,000 phone is 6 months salary for you. They only make $200, 207, 219, something like that. So I have this phone is 8 years old, 10 years old. And again, I could have a shiny new one like you guys and all this other stuff. But I have this because this looks like just like a Android phone or regular phone. It's just cheap. They looking for the ones with the 3 cameras. So I say that. I say, hey, you got 3 seconds till your head is on your lap and your phone is gone.
Wow. So
Yep.
what was your tipping point? When was it like, okay, you know what, this is enough? What did you experience that day that made you decide you was gonna go back to the States and leave Medellin?
Yeah, that's a good question, my brother. So basically, I kind of regret a little bit of me regrets being in Medellin for so long, and I'll tell you why. And a lot of guys just get comfortable and they're there for ages and years and all this other stuff. And the same thing happens in DR and Brazil and all this other stuff. But here's what was my tipping point is that I was there 5 years. I kind of regret it because imagine, bro, I could have done 6 months in other countries, like 6 months in let's say Paraguay, 6 months Uruguay, 6 months Argentina, 6 months, 6 months. And I was just 5 years and I kind of wasted my youth in Medellin. It's cool, I love it, but it's like I could have been in other places. So that was kind of my tipping point. And then I didn't want the pressure of just that danger everywhere. I go, it's just potential danger.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I can definitely see that. So you feel like it's more dangerous in Medellin than it is in New York where you're at right now?
Hmm? Absolutely, man. I would say that because the problem again, I love my Colombian people. I got to keep saying that, but Medellin, it's got no control, man. You can, there's people that got robbed. Well, first of all, if they steal a phone, they get let out immediately because that's called like if it wasn't a violent, they'll get let out immediately. They don't even have enough jails to house these people. And I'll give you guys another insight, which I'm hoping we touch on it down the road. But even the police can steal from you there. People don't know this, but people don't know this, but in Medellin, well, not in Medellin, the Colombian police, you have to, if you want to become a police officer, you have to buy your uniform. I have to buy it because there's so much impersonations and all this other stuff and uniforms going missing and all this other stuff. You have to buy your uniform, man. And a lot of people, a lot of poor people, they don't even have the money to come up to pay for the academy and pay for those uniforms to even become a police officer.
Damn,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So instead of leaving Medellin and going to a different country, would you have considered another city or a smaller city in Colombia?
So I would say the most dangerous city I've heard is Cali. Medellin is dangerous. Bogota is equally as dangerous. But I would say I'm kind of good on Colombia right now, man. I'd like to go to a place where I don't have to worry about danger that much. Maybe Uruguay, maybe Paraguay, maybe Argentina, maybe the south of Brazil. I don't want to be on a heightened level of alert like that. But I'll be honest with you guys. Here's the sad reality. You guys ain't gonna like this. It's becoming dangerous all across South America, man. These druggings, these robberies are becoming normal in Ecuador. I've seen places in Argentina. They're becoming so. You guys might want to just put this as a staple and have that security. Hey, if you meet an Uber guy and he's a nice guy, you vetted him, just pay him $4 or $5 an hour to be with you at all times if you go outside, and especially if you're inside and you have a chick. Hey, man, have him sit on the couch, play TikTok while you do your business. Boom, boom, boom. Meet your date, and then have him take the date too. That way, because you're paying an Uber anyway, so you might as well just use them in a double deal kind of thing.
Yeah, I know they said Cali is the most dangerous in Colombia, but honestly, I felt more on edge in Medellin than I did in Cali. It seemed like there was just less shady stuff going on in the tourist zone. Like in the tourist zone of Medellin, like it doesn't even feel like you have to watch yourself in El Poblado, and that's supposed to be the tourist zone. You had to watch, and Cartagena's like that too. It's like, god damn. It's like I got to a point. I'm like, yo, I was just in Uruguay where you could. It was pretty much crime free. Like it was no crime, and then I come to this, and it's like, no, like this
Yeah,
is
my
this.
brother. But here's the thing. Here's the draw. Here's the draw. The draw is you get really, really good weather, really, really good women at a really, really good price. And there's nothing else like it. DR, no. PR, no. Mexico, Cancun, no. Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina. There's nothing that matches it. So people say, hey, man, why are guys still going? Why are guys still going and they're getting robbed, they're getting drugged? Because you have really, really attractive females at a really, really low cost and you've got excellent weather. And there's nothing else that even comes close to it, at this point. I've been to Cancun, I've heard about Costa Rica, but there's nothing else that compares right now to that kind of value. You have a really good value. You got really beautiful women, a lot of them, and then you got everything at a low cost, and nothing else competes with it right now. That's the answer for you guys. That's why people keep going back and getting, drugged and killed and all this other stuff because there's nothing else on the planet, man.
So living, you're considering living abroad again because you said that earlier, but some of the countries you mentioned, like Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, the south of Brazil, those always get. I mean, often get cold. They have a real winter time. Like here in Manaus is winter time, and it's still so hot and humid you can't even put on lotion or body oil. But it's just not. It'll be hot as fuck when it's summertime. But in the south of Brazil, it actually snows just like it would in New York, and freezes and all that kind of stuff. So, what factors? Because that would turn me off from at least living somewhere full time. I'd have to live in the south of Brazil only during the warm months. What factors do you take into account before you want to pick your next place that you're going to move to?
Yeah. First of all, I would never live in a place 100% again. I would do a trifecta. I'd have at least 3 or 4 places to not get tired. I'm unwilling to tolerate any kind of snow or cold weather. It's not on the table for me. So I'd probably rotate. And so yeah, it'd have to be warm, and I won't stay in one country. I'd probably do 3 or 4. I love Brazil, but I'm doing some reconnaissance work, and I'm seeing that the females in south of Brazil are really, really cold. I'm not getting the responses like I'm liking, and they seem really, really cold, probably because they got a lot of money. Um, and Paraguay and Uruguay and Argentina seem to be having a better response, but the southern of Brazil, those chicks seem to be really, really cold, but they're very, very attractive. They're super attractive. I have to get down there, but it might dethrone Medellin. I'm seeing an unusually high rate of attractive females down there. I don't know what it is.
I think a lot of people say that about the south of Brazil that they're flakier. The further south you go, the flakier they get, and they get they get a lot colder. They're not rude, but they're just not like the ones that you would meet in Salvador that are just super, super, super nice, or the ones here that's like that. And I think that's because in the South that they're more European. You know, they have that, like, they're actually white down there. You know, they're true white girls. I guess I got a sample of that when I went to Sao Paulo, because Sao Paulo was completely different culturally than the rest of Brazil at the time, from what I had experienced. Because here in Manaus, I'm having a similar experience to how it was in Rio and Salvador. But yeah, Sao Paulo was just completely different. That was a different, but I liked it. Didn't hate it. Didn't love it either, though. It was all
Now,
right.
now I do want to say, Brazil is my number one. Brazil is my favorite country. The diversity is insane. Even in the southern Brazil, I was seeing a crazy amount of diversity. But I don't know if I could deal with the Portuguese, with the translating and having to go with what you guys have to go through with Spanish and stuff, like translating stuff. I don't want to. I don't think I want to dedicate my time to that. So I don't know if Brazil will be in the rotation, because I hate that Portuguese. It's not like Spanish. You know, it sounds a little bit similar at the beginning, and then once these people take off, you can't understand anything. Um, and it's just very tough, very difficult language, man. I don't know if I want to put up with that translating thing, to be honest. Oh, I got a backup, and a lot of guys don't know this. There's actually, I think there's actually 8 or 900,000 Brazilians in Buenos Aires. They all have to speak Spanish. They're forced to speak Spanish. It's like, you don't want to do Spanish, then get out. A lot of these females are away from home. They're there for school. They're lonely, and so I'll have a buddy of mine who's right now in Buenos Aires, and he says, "Hey, man, if you don't want to deal with an Argentinian ever again, you can do nothing but date Brazilians, and there's plenty of them." So
That
that
was
might be
my
a solution for you guys. Yeah.
That was my experience whenever I was in Argentina. Yeah, the Argentine girls were so flaky, and they weren't necessarily cold, but they were just flaky as hell. I think that's the most flakiest culture I've been to in the world that wasn't the United States. And yeah, they were flaky, but the Brazilian chicks showed up just like they would in Brazil. So that was completely different too. And what's funny is those chicks that were in Argentina that I dated that were Brazilian were from Sao Paulo. But when I got to Sao Paulo, they behaved nothing like the ones that I dated from Sao Paulo in Buenos Aires. Like, the ones in Buenos Aires weren't flaky; they were very nice. And in the city of Sao Paulo, they were super flaky. They were still nice, but they were super flaky. Played a lot of games too, so it was
And
that was an odd experience.
this is what I want to share with you guys. I want to give you guys a little secret. If you want to date Brazilians and you know maybe Spanish and you don't like Portuguese, just go to Buenos Aires. People don't notice they got 16, 17 million people in that city. It's in the top 10 cities in biggest cities in the world. And the Brazilian chicks there are going to act totally different than the Brazilian chicks in Brazil, because they're lonely, they're broke, they're there for school, they have nothing else to do. Um, and this is just keeping it real. Argentinians hate them. They don't want them there. They're racist towards them, and stuff like that. So, hey, man, if you want to date nothing but Brazilians, just go to Buenos Aires. Don't even look at Brazil. And you can date nothing but Brazilians there. You don't even have to touch a single Argentinian there.
Well, yeah, I noticed there's a lot of Brazilians all over South America. I've seen them in Santa Cruz, Bolivia. I've seen them in Uruguay. Not too many though. I've seen them in Uruguay. I've seen them in Chile, Santiago, Chile. So yeah, but I still think, yeah, if you go to Brazil, I mean, if you know Spanish, switching over to Portuguese wouldn't be as hard as you think, because I was able to pick up Spanish without ever practicing it, just from knowing Portuguese and just slowly adjusting or integrating, immersing myself into the language, I guess you could say. So, do you think
Yeah,
that there's any?
go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
bro. Go ahead,
Go
bro.
ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
I was about to say, do you think that there's anything that could be done to improve the safety for expats and locals in Medellin? It doesn't sound like it, but do you think so?
I think you have to take personal responsibility, personal accountability. So it starts by, I love my Medellin people, but I would recommend probably not go there right now. Let the situation change if it ever changes. I would say that's number one. Number two is if you're gonna go there, have a trusted source, have a tail with you at all times. It'll be safer, and it costs literally pennies on the dollar, 4 or 5, $6 an hour. You can get somebody. It's well worth it. It's well worth your life. And then yeah, I would say that stay away from it. And then if you need to go, just get somebody. You can reach out to me. I'll give you my contact. This guy owns real estate. I've slept at his house, been at his house. I talk to him every day, even now. So he'll take good care of you. I don't get nothing from it. I don't want to get nothing from it. I make plenty of money, with what I'm doing. And so, yeah, I don't think the situation is going to change. I don't think it's going to improve because if you look at it from a business perspective, they don't care about tourism. Their number one thing is not tourism. They do coffee and they do gas and oil, and so they don't care about tourism. Number one. Number two is they can't even handle their own crime. Why would they handle crime from people who they perceive as coming here to do no good? I was there 5 years. I told you the person across from me was a plastic surgeon. The person below me was a dentist. The person on top of him was a judge. None of these people ever wanted to mingle with me, and they never even saw me with females coming in and out, all this other stuff. I typically run my dates at night, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, so nobody would see what I'm doing, and I wouldn't even they wouldn't even see me, wouldn't even know it was me because my driver, pulled into my garage space, bring them up and entered the apartment. I would never even be outside in the hallways or downstairs in the units or nothing. And they still didn't speak to me because they have a perceived value like, hey, he's here for one thing and one thing only, and it's a shame, but it is the way it is.
So, what country in Latin America do you think has the best bang for your buck when it comes to cost of living that you're considering?
Medellin, number one, aside from safety, right? That is number one. Nobody, I don't think no country can dethrone it. Um, and then I would say, well, actually, Argentina, man, Buenos Aires. It's from what I've heard, it's cheaper than Colombia. I think I'm going to be going there in a few weeks here. I'm going to be taking off again. I think I'm going to hit that up first. I think they offer tremendous value. To the likes we're never going to see ever again in history. I mean, they got steak dinners and stuff like that for cheap. I'm seeing it on YouTube and all this other stuff. But the women, they're just not as attractive from what I'm seeing. They're really, really eager and stuff like that. But I'm just seeing it's a lot of 6 and 7s. They're not that attractive, unfortunately.
Yeah, see, I've heard mixed reviews. I thought the women in Buenos Aires were on average,
Yeah.
and they had a good amount of beautiful ones, but it wasn't just like all day, every day head turning. It was maybe you see 5 of them a day. Versus here in Manaus, this is like 5 every 30 minutes at the least. You go to the mall, it's fucking nuts. Rio is like that, Sao Paulo is like that. But Buenos Aires, I didn't find myself just being shocked constantly. So I can agree with you on that one.
Yeah, and everybody, the way I look at like rating scale is that everybody has a different. My 10 might be different from your 10. Your 10 is going to be different from my 10. So everybody has a different. A 10 to me might be a 7 to you. A 7 to you might be a 10 to me. Like there was this one chick, Casey had on his channel. I think she was from Manaus, and she was with him on Sao Paulo. In Sao Paulo, to me, that's a 10. She's gorgeous. She's a Pocahontas. To me, that's a 10. But other guys might say, "Hey, man, that's a 7, or that's a 8, or that's a 5." Some guys might even say it's a 5, but to me, that's a full blown 10.
No, I know who you're talking about. She's a 10 to me too. You can't really look at her no other type of way. Yeah, yeah, I would definitely agree with you. So would you say that because I see Casey's in the chat and he said that in Buenos Aires that, and I could agree with him too, that you don't really have any leverage with being a foreigner there. Like that doesn't really give you a plus.
So with Buenos Aires, man, from what I've been seeing, man, cold approach and stuff, that they're not used to that. They're not used to being approached by a stranger on the street, talking about you know, talking about get your number or something like that. That culture doesn't exist over there, is from what I'm seeing, man. They're not used to it. I guess men don't do that over there. That cold approach stuff and running up on people. They're more like Europeans, man. Which, as if you do that Medellin or Colombia, you good all day, man. I gave you guys the blueprint, man. Go from 10 a.m. to about 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Go to these malls, go to these shops, and just go in, boom, 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 And these chicks are pretty receptive and everything like that. And if they got a job, they're working, then they're probably not working women, working women of the night and stuff like that.
So earlier you mentioned you would have a trifecta because you didn't want to experience cold weather and you didn't want to get tired of one place. What are three countries that you would live in all at the same time?
Yeah, so I'm looking at that little quarter pocket right there. Maybe Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Buenos Aires. I'm looking at that little pocket right there. I think for me, Asia, Thailand, all those stuff. I'm just not attracted to those women at this point. I'm gonna force myself to go in the future, just to see it because you might like it. But I just don't find myself attracted to the Asian women at this point. I think I'm a South America kind of guy.
Well, but if you want to get away from cold weather, if you stay in that pocket, it's going to be cold all at in all three spots at one time. Would you ever consider doing Europe, adding Europe and Africa to your trifecta too?
So I've been told Paraguay is just hot all the time.
No.
It's not hot all the time. They're saying that Paraguay, like Asuncion, they said that it's really hot in the summertime. It's just unbearable, and then normal, it's just like normal hot. That's what I've been told. I haven't been there. I'm not sure.
So when I got there in December, January, it was ridiculously hot. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can bear it because I like the heat, but some people I could see they couldn't take it. But in the wintertime, when I came back from the States, which was May 1st, I was wearing a jacket, like basically a fall jacket. Like I had on hoodies, like it was very cold for like 3 weeks straight. So
Um.
they
So
do have a winter time there though.
so that wouldn't work for me, brother, because I'm unable to. I'm just not willing to tolerate any kind of cold. Maybe I'll do Spain or Portugal or something like that. But if it lines up with the warm weather, but I'm just not willing to do that kind of cold, man.
Because what I'm thinking about for my trifecta is, or at least if I'm going to do two places, Kenya will be one of them for sure. Another one in Brazil, and maybe one place in Europe. But I'm about to go to Europe next week because I don't know if I want to live in Europe. But it would be in between those three for sure. Um, what country in Europe would you say that you would lean towards the most?
I would probably say Spain or Portugal for me. And then Africa, I would say South Africa. But the problem is you have to line these countries up to make it make sense for you. So you're in a warm climate all the time. So you got to choose which three or which four, and then are they gonna be in warm weather when you want to be there? So it's kind of tough.
Yeah, it might make sense. Like for me, maybe after I get a girlfriend, because I'm not really into Asian chicks either. So, like Thailand is pretty much always hot. I've seen some expats that I know out there wear long sleeves, but man, I've been in Thailand in October, January. I've been there in April, and it was never cold. So I don't know what time of year it may be cooler there, but it was never cool when I was there. But I know if you are when it like right now it's wintertime in Africa and it's wintertime here in South America. So if you're in Uruguay or Argentina right now, or even Chile, like it's snowing there, in a lot of those places. In Africa right now, around this time last year, it was very cold,
Ooh.
and even in South Africa, even in all that shit was cold at the same time. Maybe not West Africa, but I know Tanzania, not Uruguay, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, not so much Uganda, but Rwanda, Zambia, all was shivering cold at nighttime. So Europe at that time, Europe was scorching hot though. But the thing about Europe is you can only, if you don't like cold, you can only live in Europe 2 or 3 months. So you'd have to spend 2 or 3 months there, some time in South America, and if you want hot weather all the time, from what I've seen, you can go to Thailand, and
Okay.
it'll be constantly hot.
Now, now the thing is, and I don't want to challenge you, but I got a guy who lives down there in Paraguay. He lives there about 9 months out of the year. He says it's hot all year long. He says really hot in the summertime, and then he says in the wintertime it's just like mild. So to my knowledge, there wasn't no cold, no snow there. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Hey, it was actually cold because he's there 9 months out of the year, and then I think 3 months he's in Dubai.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I heard that it's off and on cold in Paraguay during the winter because when I was there for 2 or 3 weeks straight, it was cold. It was impossible almost to wear shorts. I had to wear a jacket
Wow.
and jeans. But then right after I left, my homeboy Jason that's living out there, he told me that it was back 80 degrees, but it fluctuates like that in the winter in the winter time in Paraguay. So you
And
will experience it though.
let me ask you a quick question, bro. Paraguay, Argentina, Uruguay, females based on like attraction. What like how pretty are they? Which country has out of those three there?
I would say I like Uruguay the most. The only thing is, it's very expensive, but the chicks are very independent without the boss bitch attitude. So like they have their own cars. They'll pay for your stuff. Not that I need them to, but they do it without you asking. You know, like dates and stuff like that, and they have their own place. Like they don't. They're not desperate. But they I don't know. And Paraguay is different, especially once you. I mean, it's like this in Asuncion too. Like most of the chicks in Asuncion don't have, money like that. Like
But
there's still a big wealth gap there.
would you say out of those three, you would say Uruguay had the most attractive females?
Yeah, yeah. It's
Okay,
because
interesting.
they were a good mix in between Brazilian, Argentina, and then they had like their own little look. But they had this year. They have a very unique look. They have a European look to them as well. And
Because another,
it's more to do. Like
because another,
Paraguay was too boring, man. I went to two cities in Paraguay, and it was no, not a museum. Nothing to do. Like just the mall, restaurant, gym, go home.
yeah, I think that might be a hidden gem there, Uruguay, because I'm finding out the farther I go, the better treatment I get. I'm trying to get away from Americans, and I'm trying to go far. I don't want to be near Americans. I don't want to be close to the states because I'm finding out the further I go, the better experience I have, the better I'm treated, the further I go. And so Uruguay, it might be a good gatekeeper because the price is high and nobody goes there, nobody knows. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Paraguay now on YouTube. People, starting to go there. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, the thing about Paraguay is people can go there, but like that's a place that you have to go to live. Like it's a family town, and first of all, from what I've seen outside of Asuncion, it doesn't get any better because I went to Ciudad del Este before I went to Brazil, and that was like being in a third world country almost.
Wow.
Yeah, it was completely different there. Little sweatshop looking markets all alongside the street and shit like that. Yeah, that kind of stuff. No, but Uruguay is good, like you said, because the price is high. There's some Americans out there, but it's like you almost have to look for them. Versus Medellin, you just gonna constantly come across them.
And I have to say this about like the females in Medellin. Like, yeah, there's nines and tens out there. There's a lot of them, but it's getting harder and harder to get to those females. Most of them are into SW work anyway, but it's getting harder. You're better off going to a further place, maybe like a Paraguay, Uruguay, or Argentina, and targeting the eights, nines, and tens there because you're going to have less competition. Because although there's a lot of them in Medellin, there's just so many damn gringos, and they're being geo targeted on Instagram by everywhere, by Arabs, by people in Europe. I mean, it's just insane. So I would say it's not even that good of a value anymore as far as female because there's a lot of eights, nines, a lot of attractive females, but you can't even touch them because there's weekend warriors and people with more money than you, and so you're better off just trying to chase eights, nines, and tens, maybe in Brazil or one of these countries that's further, Uruguay, Paraguay.
Well, one thing I'm noticing worldwide, man, is you can't really going for the chicks that's like nines and tens is super super difficult. Even in it doesn't really matter. Even when I was in Kenya, like yes, it's more realistic in these other countries, but yeah, go chasing after nines and tens, you got to have a lot of patience. A lot of
I,
patience.
I would deem it almost as impossible. It's just a 9 or a 10. It's just not normal. They're not everywhere. They're very few and far in between. I would almost say it's impossible, and then I would almost say it's impossible organically. I would say it's just impossible organically. I mean, that's just crazy because, and this is what I talk about on my channel. Go Abroad Now is my channel, guys. And this is what people don't know is that these females in these third world countries over there in South America, they don't have no education. They don't have no Joe Biden to get them education, man. It's a totally different system. If they have beauty, they have to monetize that beauty to get them out the hood. That's their only chance of getting out the hood.
Yeah, yeah, you see that in a lot of these places. Like when I was in Sao Paulo, yeah, the really, I think once those chicks in Sao Paulo got above an 8 or 8.5, it was kind of like, yeah, like either you gonna spend a lot. First of all, they were so flaky in Sao Paulo. It for me, it was a volume thing. Like it wasn't that you couldn't get chicks, but you had to really try. Versus a place like Medellin, like what you're talking about earlier, or what you were talking about earlier, where it's easy. You know, you could just show up. It's so many beautiful women that are it's so many available beautiful women that the volume is less. Like you can have a date same day. You know, but in Sao Paulo,
Um,
it's not easy down. You're gonna have to really try.
so after 5 years of being in Medellin, I went to Sao Paulo, and that put Brazil at number one. My experience there was, excuse me, was insane. Now you're not going to have nines and tens that you're seeing on the street. That's not going to happen.
Hmm.
But I
Hmm.
went on Tinder, insane amount of matches with beautiful women, insane amount of
Hmm.
matches with beautiful women. And then from the women I did have interactions with, it was like, oh my gosh, you're a foreigner. They were like, oh, they was like, just didn't believe it.
When was this?
And huh? So I
When?
went last December, not this December that passed, the December before. I went for about 2 weeks. And that put Brazil's my favorite country. It is number one for me. It blew my mind away. You're not gonna see attractive females on the street. That's just not. I didn't see that. But I jumped on Tinder. A lot of beautiful, attractive females on Tinder in Sao Paulo. And then the interactions that I had face to face, they were like, "Wow, you're a gringo." They couldn't even believe it, and it was just a breath of fresh air coming from Medellin, where you tell me a gringo, their eyes don't light up. But in Sao Paulo, they don't, man, they didn't even believe that I was a gringo. And I showed these people my passport on my phone and all this other stuff. And they didn't even believe it because they're so few and far between. I mean, nobody goes, passport, bro, first of all, it's like a 10, 11, 12 hour flight. Who's going to go there, man? Nobody's going to go there.
Uh,
And so it blew my mind away and it put Brazil at number one. I was like, damn, I should have been here. But that Portuguese, I hate it. I despise it. I love Brazilian people, but I hate it. I despise it. I don't want to put up with it. I don't want to deal with it. I was able to find people that spoke Spanish, spoke English, and I was able to kind of talk with them. But they people didn't even believe that I was a gringo. It was insane. It's uncharted territory there, man. That's what I experienced. That's what put my experience over
you
the top.
think Sao Paulo is uncharted territory?
Mhm. I did, brother. So I'm coming from Medellin. There's millions of gringos there, right? There's a ton of gringos. I don't know if there's billions. That's an exaggeration. But Sao Paulo, there's no Americans. There's no gringos there, dude. I didn't bump into one. Are you bumping into gringos wherever you go? I was out there. I stayed in the most expensive hotel there. I stayed on the most expensive street in Sao Paulo. I think Oscar Ferreira. And I was there and I didn't see a single gringo. I didn't see a single American. I didn't bump into a single American. I didn't see weekend warriors or mongers or nothing like that. And the interactions that I got there, people couldn't even believe that I was an American. People couldn't even believe that I was a gringo. And that's such a breath of fresh air compared to Medellin, where these people don't care if you're gringo because there's too many of them. I mean, there's no gringos in Sao Paulo, is what I've seen. I didn't even bump into one, man. And then you think you hear Spanish on the street, but it's not Spanish, but it's Portuguese. Like it's like, hold on. And I kept telling the girl, I was like, hold on, he spoke Spanish. It's like, no, no, no. You said that 10 times, dude. He's not speaking Spanish. And then try to speak to him in Spanish, they're not gonna understand you. And I'm like, how the heck is this South America and nobody speaks Spanish? Yeah, and you'll talk to people in Spanish, they don't even understand, they don't even know what hola is. Hola, ¿cómo está? They don't even know what that is. They don't speak Spanish, man. And so it was a breath of fresh air, man, compared to Medellin.
Yeah, Medellin. I mean, I the first time I went in 2022, I went. I had two chicks I was dating in when I was there 9 days. But Sao Paulo, yeah, there's not a lot. Like that's not more of us go to Rio. But in my experience, that wow factor, I didn't really get that wow factor in Sao Paulo. Like when I was in Salvador, chicks when they found out I was a gringo, they would be like, "Oh, please, I have to kiss you." I've never kissed a gringo. When I was in Sao Paulo, it was just kind of like, "Oh, yeah, you're from the States. Oh, that's cool. That's cool." Like it's just like, oh, So I guess some things may have changed by now.
I think it was just the mindset is totally different. Like, when I was talking to the chick, she was like, she said that a Brazilian's girl dream is to marry a foreigner. Every Brazilian girl's dream is to marry a foreigner, a guy from USA or Europe. I've never heard that in Medellin, man. Um, but she actually said that. And like you would tell a cab driver, they don't believe you. They don't believe that you're from America, man. You be at an establishment and they just won't believe it. I didn't run into a single American there. I didn't see one. And didn't hear anybody speaking English either. It's kind of crazy. For me, it was kind of crazy because I didn't see a huge concentration of expats there or Americans there.
Really?
You know.
Okay. So you said that she told you that it's a Brazilian woman's dream is to marry a foreigner.
So she said she was like it's every girl's dream, every Brazilian girl's dream to marry a foreigner. So here's the thing, and this is just what I got from the little bit of time I was there. Brazilian women seem to be sick of Brazilian men. I guess they cheat too much or something like that. But they want to they perceive that a foreigner is going to treat them better. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if an American guy's going to treat them better or not. But they seem to be sick of their men, and they want a foreigner like crazy. Um, that's what I noticed. I noticed there are several different there's attractive females that were on Tinder in Sao Paulo. It's a huge city. So it seemed decent, but I know it gets cold there, so it'll be a deal breaker for me. I wouldn't be able to stay there, full time, nothing like that.
Do you feel like eventually that Brazil could become like another Medellin? Not I mean, I don't think so. Not really, just because for one, let's say somebody blew the spot up in Sao Paulo, which I don't think that's possible. When I was there last, them women was so fucking flaky. Like I don't see that being like in order for it to be blown up, it either has to be a lot of prostitution going on, which it is in Sao Paulo. Not a lot, but I mean it's not gonna be that hard to find. Or the women just had to be super easy, and it has to be cheap. And Sao Paulo is not cheap when you compare it to the rest of Latin America. It's not the most expensive, but it's not cheap. And that city can never be overran with foreigners just because it's so many millions of Brazilians that already live there. If
So
10,000 Americans moved there, nobody would even notice.
so let me so they say, hey, is Brazil eventually gonna all these places gonna take hits? You're already starting to see it eroding in Rio de Janeiro. If you speak to the king there, DJP, he's been there for years. He said, yo, chicks are already on a different kind of time there. So it's already happening in Rio. It's already eroding. So eventually it'll happen everywhere. Just as more Americans, the cost is insane here in America. So people start, flocking to these. So it's going to happen to some degree. But I'm going to share with you why maybe I had a different response than you did. This is going to get controversial, but I'm going to say the thing is, Americans don't understand the culture, man. Black guys, white guys, you guys don't understand the culture, man. As soon as you tell a chick you're here for a week or 2 weeks, she lost interest. Interest level drops. Because what is she getting out of it, man? You're here for a week, you're here for 2 weeks, you're here. You can't possibly have a relationship. And so with these females, man, when you approach them and you tell them, hey, I'm here for a month, a week, that the interest level immediately drops. Oh, this guy's just here for a week or two. The attitudes change, man, because what are they getting out of the deal unless you give them cash? That's a whole different situation. And so what I find out is that Americans, black guys, white guys, they don't understand the culture, man. Put yourself in their shoes. You got a gringo, a rich gringo. We're perceived as rich, right? He's here for a week or two. Well, he just wants to hit it, and then that's it. And what am I getting out of the deal? And that's what every gringo wants to do. And so you got to position yourself differently. And I'm not dating coach. I don't even do COVID coach, nothing like that. But I just have a little bit better understanding of the culture, you know. And so if maybe they're going to ask you that question is going to come up. Hey, Austin, how long are you here for? You're going to say 1 week, 2 weeks, a month. The interest level immediately drops. So what I say is, hey, I'm
I would
here.
disagree with you. I would disagree with
Okay,
you.
cool, cool.
Yeah, I don't say that because I always buy one way tickets. So I really never know how long I'm gonna be in these places. You know, like when I went to Kenya for the first time, I was only there 10 days, but I was like, hey, I'm gonna go to Uganda, Rwanda, I'm coming right back. I came back and I stayed 3 months, and I still was just saying because I don't know, I really don't know how long I'm gonna be in these places when I get there. It depends on it. I always tell them it depends on if I like the city or not. If I like this city, then I can stay here forever.
So, brother, that's still the incorrect response. Again, I'm not a dating coach. I don't like dating coaches. I think they're useless. But that's still incorrect response. I have to disagree with you there because that's projecting um insecurity. That's not projecting stability. Because if a female asks you, hey, how long are you here for? If you say a week or two, that's wrong. If you say, hey, man, I'm trying to check out the city, or I don't know how long, that's wrong. The response I gave him is, hey, I'm here and I'm looking to potentially move here. I'm looking to make a play down here. I'm looking to move here. I'm looking to establish myself here. Hey, I'm already established at location A or B or X, whatever you want to call it, Medellin. Hey, some things are going on there. I'm looking to permanently establish myself here.
Oh,
You know,
you if you
and
so
so that's way different. And here's what I'm trying to say. One more second, bro, and then you could go. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. This is the thing. Americans, black guys, white guys, they don't understand the culture. You got to put yourself in other people is these women's shoes, bro. All these guys are saying the same thing. Hey, I'm here for a week. I'm here for 2 weeks. I'm here for a month. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. That's projecting instability. And so, but if you get a guy that says, hey, I'm here established at location A with paperwork, visa, immigration paperwork, all that stuff, I'm looking to establish myself here. It's a totally different situation, man. Than you're just like every guy. They're actually as smart as us, or even smarter than us. They already know, hey, guys are gonna be here. They're looking at hit and run. They're gonna be here for a week or two. Every chick knows that, and the interest level drops. So you have to approach it differently.
well, so I will. This is why I think here's where we had a misunderstanding. So
Mhm.
usually, whenever chicks in Brazil ask me, you know, how long have you been here? I say since 2022. Honestly, I did move to Brazil in 2022.
Okay.
Now I did leave for a year and a half, but if she wanted to go back and verify that, she can find out exactly when I because that's all online that I did move here in 2022. Now they another question that they like to ask is, oh, so they still think like, oh, he's just visiting, he's just gonna be here for a month or so. So when are you going back to Texas? Never. I'm staying here. I'll tell them the same line sometimes too. I live here. Not really lying either. Because like I
Right.
said, I buy one-way tickets. I usually go to these places with no intent to leave. Now I have the intent to leave Manaus because I bought my ticket to my next spot after that. So when I'm here, I do tell the chicks I am here for 2 weeks. But when I go to these other places and I buy a one-way ticket and I don't know where I'm going next, that's why I tell them like I'm not I don't really have plans on leaving. But like I said, it depends if I like the city. That's if I have the power to leave, then I would leave. But I don't think that's why they were flaky, man. They just because I know some chicks that were not some chicks. I know some people that actually have been in Sao Paulo for a while and said the same thing. But that's the only
So
city in Brazil that was like that.
So, bro, like, I've been in sales my entire career, and stories sell. And what I'm gonna try to tell you is this, bro. It's very different if you say, hey, I've been living in Medellin for 5 years. I have a penthouse there, and I have immigration paperwork, and I've been there 5 years, man. But there's some things that are going on that I don't completely feel comfortable about. And you know what? I'm here, and I'm looking to establish myself here. Everything's looking good so far. The people look good, and if you tell somebody that story, that's totally different. Even if you say, "Hey, I'm here. I'm never going back to Dallas," it just seems too dry, too empty, man. They can see right through it. Like, oh, I'm not sure. But see, if you say, "Hey, man, I'm established," which I am. I'm established in a different country, right? I'm looking to establish myself here. you have to add a little bit more detail to it. And I found that, like, no, I didn't get the most attractive females on Tinder, but I got sixes, I got sevens, maybe a 7.5, because I'm not a liar either. And I felt like there was a good selection of women there. And there's not a lot of gringos there, man. We might disagree, but I didn't see a bunch of Americans there,
Well, here's the thing though.
man.
Why is my approach different only in Sao Paulo when it comes to Brazil? Because when I was in Salvador, hey, I moved here. I said that before I signed my lease, and I had no issues. Same thing with Rio. His CFA was all right. Here is good. That was only Sao Paulo where I had that flaky issue like that. Like that was the only city outside of the United States that was that bad with flakes.
Wow.
Some people think that, I don't know why. I think they have selective hearing, and they just don't want to hear. And they talk about me and they say, "Oh, like he's talking about all of Brazil." I just said Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
Sao Paulo. That's only Sao Paulo. But I don't know. I mean, I like the city. Didn't love it. Didn't hate it.
Yeah, I would say if you don't have good results, just go somewhere else. For me, it looks like Manaus might be more my speed.
Well,
I
the
like
results
the
weren't bad
Pocahontas.
though.
I mean, the receipts you guys are posting are phenomenal, are insane. And I saw the one today that dropped. I don't know if it was your channel or my boy Casey channel, but those two chicks, 19, they're right in my target. They were gorgeous. The talent there is insane, man. Long hair, Pocahontas looking. I mean, just beautiful.
Yeah, the results weren't bad. The results weren't bad in Sao Paulo. They were just they just weren't, put it like this, it wasn't what I was used to. I wasn't used to that amount of effort in basically 2 years. I haven't had to put in that amount of effort to get dates. It's not that I couldn't get dates.
Hmm.
Like I said before, at first I went on 5 weeks. I went on 5 dates in Sao Paulo, which that doesn't sound bad. One date per week. But I've been in Manaus exactly 1 week today, and I've been on 3 dates.
Wow.
You see what I mean? There's a
Yeah.
huge difference. When my first trip to Salvador, the first week I was there, I went on 3 or 4 dates. So that's why I say Sao Paulo. It's different. I think a lot of it has to do with the population. They have like 65 billionaires there, so that plays a part. That not directly, they're not all fucking with billionaires, but I'm just saying that shows you what type of competition is in the area. Because if they're billionaires, they're not the only people that's well off in that city. I don't know one city where everybody's a billionaire. There's 65 billionaires, and everybody else is just broke. That means there's a longer stretch that, because women only flake when they have options.
Yeah.
They
Only
they
thing
only
I could
flake
think.
when they have options.
Only difference I could think of, and I'm not afraid to say this, but I'll take a 6 or 7 all day. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
I'll take a 6 or 7 all day. Maybe you were only trying to take eights or nines. I'll take a 6 or 7 all day. I'm cool with it.
yeah. No, so my strategy is I take high interest, but she cannot be unattractive. She
Yeah.
can. I'll go down to cute if she's blowing me up before I go to the 9 that I have to go on 3 dates with and don't even get a fucking kiss, and she taking 5 hours to text back. Yeah, I'm not doing that. You know.
But I mean, all the receipts that I've seen, man, from you and Casey are just amazing. All those females, man. Just all of them, man, are just beautiful, man. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, and
All
Manaus,
and you hold on,
they're
and you
pretty
seen them in
beautiful.
person. I ain't seen them in person.
Yeah, Manaus it's pretty good. They got some, and they're beautiful and they're nice. Pablo Frescovar says Medellin is too dangerous. Stay home, gringos. I'll let you know when it's safe to return. Trust me. Yes, stay home, gringos from Medellin. Stay home. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
So some guys like him want to take the risk, which is cool. A lot of guys are going to take the risk. They see nothing wrong with it. And it's cool. Some guys are going to roll the dice, man. It's cool. Shout out to him. Pablo Frescobar, man. He loves Medellin, man. You know, shout out to him. Take the risk, my brother. Take the risk all day long, man. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, what other cities in Latin America have you been to? And we'll wrap it up here in about 7 minutes.
Cool. I've been to DR, PR, Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia.
Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. Which one would you say? Which one are your top three besides for dating besides Medellin?
For dating, Mexico is better than Colombia for dating. Organically, I mean, you're gonna find more professional girls there that work normal jobs and stuff. It's really tough to get regular girls in Medellin. I would say Mexico is good for dating, but from a perspective of price and value, I don't think so, man, because everything is so expensive in Mexico.
Really? What city in Mexico were you in?
I was in Cancun, Tulum, Playa Carmen. Um, you know, it's expensive there. I mean, compared to Medellin, man, where everything's so cheap. And imagine if you go to like Cali and Bogota, it's even cheaper, to Medellin. Medellin is the most expensive city in Colombia, in my opinion, because of the gringo factor. People say Bogota, but there's no foreigners in Bogota, man.
Yeah, I think if you go to Mexico, though, I've heard of some people because what the spots you named are hot with tourists. But if you go to those smaller cities outside of Cancun and Tulum and all that, that it's actually just as cheap as not as just as cheap, but close to Medellin prices. Would you?
Yeah.
Because I would you consider that? Because I don't think Mexico gets too cold at night or it gets too cold
Well,
at all
well,
throughout the year.
a lot of guys have been pushing me for to Guadalajara. They say that that's the Medellin killer, but it's just like, man, it's so much other options out here that it's just I'm not even thinking about Mexico right now. It's just too many other options elsewhere.
What about safety in Mexico? Did you think it was unsafe?
So here's the thing. Mexico is one of those places where you could be in the tourist zone and be fine. But once you go, like I went to El Centro and stuff, and it's dangerous in El Centro. So and then you have a problem with the cops. The cops will steal from you. They'll pull you over. They'll take your money and stuff like that in Mexico. So I don't.
Well, I'm looking up the population of Mexico City. That metropolitan area is 22.5 million people. I never knew that.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Sao Paulo's got 30. Buenos Aires, Argentina, Buenos Aires got 17. So you got Bogota's got 8 or 9. Medellin's only got 2.5, 3 max. So you know, but you
Wow.
can find a good chick, a good girlfriend, or a good wife in Medellin. I wish, I always had this thought in my head. I said, man, if somebody paid me to find them a girlfriend, I could do it in Medellin. Problem is, they wouldn't pay me enough money. But I mean, you could definitely find them, man. If you just do that, go 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday, go to the working spots, and you'll find a bunch of beautiful, attractive females, and you could have real organic relationships with them if that's your speed.
Okay, so give me your top three tips for living in Latin America, and then we'll close it out for my questions with that, unless you have anything else you want to say.
Um, so I would say top 3 tips. I would say safety. Even if it's not Medellin, man, it's better to just pay a Uber driver or a taxi driver to be with you at all times. As cheap as $5-6, man. I say that's the number one safety tip. That'll eliminate most of your risk. Of course, you're never 100% guaranteed to be safe. I would say number two is you can learn a little bit of Spanish, but you don't need to know much. Just a little bit basic words. And then number three, I would say figure out what is it that you want to do. Number three is the most important. Figure out what it is that you want to do, man. Are you looking for a wife, a girlfriend, organic relationship? Or are you looking just to run through women? Because they're very, 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 very different. I'd be happy to stay on for a little bit longer to take
Go ahead.
questions
Go ahead.
from but just one by like Skylar did, like one guy, not a
Yeah.
panel, just one guy, boom, bring them up, ask the question if they
Yeah.
want.
Let's do that.
I'll be happy to take some guys' questions here.
Yeah. If you guys have any questions or any disagreements or anything for Game Abroad, Go Abroad. Sorry, I called you Game Abroad. Go Abroad.
I prefer
Uh,
to smoke, man. If y'all got smoke, man, I'm willing to I prefer disagreements. If y'all got questions, cool, man. But I prefer some disagreements, man. I want to hear
Yeah, let's hear some
some
disagreements.
smoke or disagreements. Whatever y'all want, man. Jump on, ask me a couple questions before I head out.
Yeah, let's hear some disagreements. I would love to hear that, man.
And thank you for allowing me to be on your platform, brother. I really appreciate you, and I really watch your content, man. You got some good content, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. You're today's content. So
Thank you.
we have a Professor Mex. He's calling in to have a discussion with you. What's going on?
Good for you guys. I've been in Mexico 7 years and I haven't had a single problem. Not with robberies, not with anybody trying to mug me or anything. So, but like Austin was saying earlier, if you're in shape, if you're attractive, and you don't look like a bum, people typically don't mess with you. Mexico City is like the New York City of Latin America. The only places that you would want to go would be around Parque Mexico and Parque España. Outside of that, if you're not used to not being around gringos, I probably wouldn't go out there because you might get lost. People might try and hustle you. But if I had to pick, like if I was to start over again, I've been here 7 years now. So I started in Guadalajara, and then I went to Querétaro, and then I went to Mexico City, and then to Puebla, and now I'm back in Querétaro, and I'm about to go back to Guadalajara. And the women are beautiful, but they're flaky. You can get ones that speak English, but they're Americanized because a lot of them go to the States and you don't want them. The ones that are really cool, they'll invite you to eat and cook for you and stuff. So that's good. But no problems. I don't know where you've been, but I appreciate you. I'm not the only one who's been here. So it's kind of nice. I don't recommend it now going to the tourist areas. I would probably go to try and find some activities or something like that. Like this next month, we're doing a whole 30 days of rappelling in caves and these big caves that have lakes in them and stuff. And that's for 30 whole days. It's like 8 guys going with me, and that's what we're doing for a whole month. We're just throwing off all stuff and just going for a whole month. But that's based on like planning and activities and an Airbnb ahead of time, and so there's all this. There's a lot of good stuff. I would pick right now, if I was to have a ticket to go anywhere in the world, I'd probably go to Brazil.
Why is
I
that?
would probably go to Panama. I'd probably go to Nicaragua. I'd stay away from places like Costa Rica or any touristy places, but go off the Gringo tourist trail. Instead of going to Panama City, go to Chiriquí, which is on the border of Costa Rica. So you have the best of both Costa Rica and Panama, but you're not in a tourist town. But you can go to the beach for the day, go surfing, and turn your ass back around and go back to your Airbnb in the non-tourist area. So there's a lot to learn, guys. There's so much to, take in, but don't be afraid. Don't like, oh, Mexico has the cartel. Guys, I've been here for 7 years and I've never once seen the cartel. Never seen drugs. So all that stuff you see on TV is places like Juarez, Chihuahua, Tijuana, places on the borders where all that stuff's going down. But out here in the country, I've not had a problem. Maybe some thieves, petty thieves stealing shit. If I had like a cell phone charger and it was like close to the bus stop, someone would walk by and grab it.
Mhm.
At night, thieves walk up and down the streets, pulling on car doors, trying to get cars. It's just like the States. You know what I mean? It's petty shit, but it's not like the cartel is out, looking for gringos to kidnap and kill. I mean, we're not their targets. We're not valuable to them. They want politicians. They want people who have money in Mexico. Because if they start something with an American, they're going to have an international incident, and it's going to be bad. So they're very, 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 the cartel is very organized. They're not going to just randomly pick some.
I want to answer a question that I saw in the chat that's keep coming up. So I have 49,000 subs on my YouTube channel, and saying, hey, why you only get 20, 30 views? So guys, I had a channel that was covering the Ukraine war, and it was only making me $600-700 a month. So I decided to delete all the content on it. and start a channel with something I'm more passionate about, which is Passport Bro content. So there you go. It had 49,000 subs on it. It was only making me $600-700 a month. I decided to nuke that, delete all the content there, and just start a new channel, fresh channel, covering Passport Bro content. And so that's why my sub count is high, but my view count is low. So there you go. There's your response, my friends.
Also, somebody gave you a disagreement. Marvin says you don't have to tell the women that you're going to be in their country for a long period of time to maintain their interest. Once you hook up with them, all of that is out the window.
We got to get to the hooking up, brother. That's what we was talking about. You know, you have to get to the hooking up. We're talking about you just met them and you haven't had relationship. You haven't had sex with them. So, you know, you're talking about after you hook up. Okay, great. Hook up, then, you know, then you can do whatever you want. But the goal is, we're talking about if you just met them on Tinder or face-to-face or whatever it is.
If anybody wants to call in for a disagreement.
And the name of the channel, guys, is Go Abroad Now. Go Abroad Now. Feel free to stop by, ask any questions, drop a comment.
Yeah.
Anybody want to know anything about the cool stuff that you can get or do or get done in Mexico? Surgeries, hair transplants, teeth, you know, anything you want done aesthetically. I can give you prices on everything that I've had quoted, because guys come down here for medical tourism because it's expensive in the States to get your teeth done. But you can get your entire mouth done. Like if you wanted to get veneers, get all of you. I had 1, 2, 3, 4 fillings I needed replaced. I want to get all that old school 1970s lead out of there and silver. So they are gonna, because I had my teeth knocked out about 3 months ago. That's why I look like dog shit. And 35, dude, it's getting bad. It's like messing up the way I talk. I'll be like, I sound like I got a lisp. I mean, I came down hard, boom. But they gave me a quote to fix all this. I think I have to wear braces for like 6 months because they want the structure of my face to be perfect before they put the veneers in. So it's 38,000 pesos. So what is 38,000 pesos in dollars? Let's look that up. In Mexican pesos, you could get practically. I mean, the hair transplants are $3,500, and they take out that line from the back of your head, and they'll stitch it in like one hair at a time. And they'll give you they'll tighten up your line up here, and they'll do the back up here. So let me just figure that out. Let's see.
After you find that out, bro, Professor, let me swap college after you find that out, because he
Sure.
wants somebody to disagree with him.
If you guys want, if you guys need the top dentist in Medellin, I'm gladly to stop by my channel. I'll gladly give you that information. Braces, you're looking at about braces, Invisalign, $150, $180, real cheap. Top dentistry in Medellin, Poblado, Strata 6, everything above board. You can stop by my channel. It's dirt cheap. I mean, probably even cheaper than Mexico. I'm sure it's probably even cheaper than Mexico. So, yeah.
If you want to be specific I used to live in Medellin for 8 years, so I'm pretty familiar with the place. But Cali is the place to go if you want tits done. If you got to get, your anything aesthetic, go to Cali. It's way cheaper than Medellin. They have these recovery houses I've had girlfriends that get their tits done and everything, so I could tell you from experience. They'll go get their tits done, and then they'll stay in one of these like recovery houses for a week or whatever. And every day they have like their medicines and they have a wheelchair and they walk. It's like being babied for a week. So I think it's $60 if you were to calculate in dollars. $60 a day. So, and that's cheap, man. I mean, that's cheaper than a hotel, plus food and transport back to the airport, so you can take your ass home. So good. And the Cali girls are perfect examples of plastic surgery done right.
I would agree. Well, bro, Professor, I appreciate you calling in. We're gonna swap calls here in just a second.
See you later. See you guys.
Thank you, man. All right, guys, I dropped the link again if you guys want to call in for some disagreements. In the meantime,
who do we have coming up? Any callers?
No, nobody yet. So in the meantime, I guess we could you and I could go back about to Sao Paulo because I think we had a disagreement with Sao Paulo. If you want
Oh,
to do a debate,
yeah, yeah.
so
So,
who did you date when you were in Sao Paulo?
so I only went out with 3 chicks. I would say they were 6 to 7s. They were cute. And I got them off Tinder. Um, I saw the selection on Tinder was a lot of beautiful chicks. But I established myself differently. I say, hey, I'm at a place now. I'm in Medellin now. I live there 100%, and I'm looking to live here. And I went out with those chicks, and I went out to dates. The food is more expensive. They were Some of them didn't even believe me that I was a foreigner. And their eyes lit up. Um, the dates were, as I said, a little bit pricey, more than Medellin. But I found out they were real nice, cool chicks. As far as out of the three, I was only able to seal the deal with one, which is cool with me. The other two, you had to follow up. Um, and yeah, that's my dating experience.
What race were they?
Hmm?
What
Mixed, all mixed.
mixed?
I didn't have one Caucasian nor one dark skin. All I had was like mulatto, like the mixed kind. I had no white hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I had no dark Afro chick. It was just right in the middle, like kind of mix.
See, for
That's what
me, I
Manaus. So I said Manaus.
yeah, yeah. For me, I couldn't get any. If they had black features, it was they wasn't checking for me. But the white girls was checking for me good, and the good looking white girls too. Good
Mm,
looking white girls, but the black chicks, yeah, they wasn't digging me.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know. The mulattoes, like I said, the mulattoes, if they had black features, it wasn't cutting it. Uh,
Super
Brandon
chat.
Hayes says, does Go Abroad now have opinions on the label Passport Bros and the controversy around some of them acting inappropriate while on travel in places like Colombia and leaving bad impressions? The slang term is used passport pookies.
You want me to take that?
Yeah, that's for you.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Okay. So I'm 100% passport bro. I have it in the title, the name. I'm 100% passport bro. I do have to share before I answer that question. I want to share something with you guys. Is that you don't want to live in shackles your whole life. You don't want to be a slave your whole life. And what I mean is this: you don't want to live by what other people think about you, because that's the worst thing that can happen, man. Live your life and live it to the fullest, and do you. Because if you live by what other people think, man, you're gonna be a slave. You're gonna be in shackles your whole life. I don't care what other people think about me. I'm a passport bro. I'm 100% passport bro. Some guys do the wrong thing. Some guys do the right thing. That's just what it is. That's what it is in any country, in any world. But yeah, I use the term 100%. I know there's some guys doing some bad things out there. But most guys are just trying to get away from the West. But I'm using that name 100%, and I don't care. What repercussions will push back, because I'm not doing anything wrong. So you could call it digital nomad. I'm a digital nomad. I'm a passport bro. I'm an expat. It's different terms for it. But yeah, I don't. There's controversy around it, but I don't. I don't know. I don't associate myself with the negative. I think Austin at his age, I'm 35. I think he's 26 or 25.
25.
I wish I could have been him at 25. I mean, the level of maturity from this young man is insane. How he conducts himself is insane. You know, so you could label him a pass. I don't know if he wants the name or not, but he's definitely representing us well, very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody said patented that. Somebody else has already patented that passport bro title way back in 2020. Dave Young. Thank you, Brendan Hayes, for the $20 super chat. So, do you go after black women in Latin America?
No, I go after all kinds. To me,
Okay.
race or color, to me, none of that matters. I go after all kinds. The people who want to be cool with me. So,
So, do you think that have you had any trouble getting black women in certain cities?
no, but here's what I will tell you that you're gonna have trouble with. I noticed this in Brazil. I noticed this in Colombia. It's just the higher end chicks, man. If they got money, good luck. It's almost impossible, man. It's just they all see us as the same thing. And you guys don't know this, but hey, man, the culture, the I guess the South American culture, they want their own men, and they want their own men first. And that's it's an unfortunate reality, but their men come first. Especially they can speak the language. So what I find really hard is trying to get to those higher end chicks, man, who make a lot of money.
So if the chicks usually want their own men and the higher end chicks are almost impossible, which ones are we getting?
Hmm? It's gonna be
Are
tough,
we
bro.
getting the leftovers?
Huh?
Are we?
It's gonna be so here's the thing, man, and I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I'm gonna keep it a buck. If you did my strategy and went out and cold approach chicks, from 10 a.m. to whatever the 3 p.m., those chicks are gonna be lower income, man. They're gonna be lower tier. They're gonna be working at shops and stuff like that. It's hard to penetrate, the higher market, man. Looks like we got a call. We got a disagreement.
Yes, sir. We got a caller from his name. Let's go. What's going on?
What's going
Let's
on,
go.
Austin? It's Chase Holiday. I had to change my name for
Oh,
because of
okay.
the book that I'm writing.
How you
So
doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm living it up in Berlin. Let me tell you, Berlin nightlife is bad. It is the worst kind of nightlife you could ever experience, man. It's pretty bad over here. Having lived in Las Vegas for 6 years, I got a lot to compare it to. So the bar is pretty high, but it is their nightlife. You feel like you're in a twilight zone, man. We could do a live about it one day, but man, I got a lot to tell you. But one thing I wanted to know is about all these countries. Um, do you feel, and I know you already said earlier that it's really hard to be a part of Colombian society, and that's like socially, economically, religiously, maybe that could probably be a lot easier. Would you say that? Like going to church, sitting down and talking about God. It's something I don't do, but a lot of people who are family oriented want to do that. Would you say that's something that's possible?
I mean, they go to church in groups here, like a family
Mhm.
thing. Um, if you're just one guy, you're a gringo going to church. It's gonna be hard. They might say hi and bye to you, but to let you in the inner circle, in church is it's gonna be kind of weird. Because imagine they go into church. They typically go to church as a group in a family of 5, 10 people, and then you're one gringo and you go into this church, this establishment. You're one person. You probably don't speak the language that good, and then you're trying to talk to these people. They'll say hi and stuff like that, and bless you and stuff, like God bless you. But I don't think it'll go much further than that. I actually saw the same thing in Brazil, man. Those higher end Brazilians, it's going to be tough to even speak to them.
Well, I don't know if going to churches in the United States is kind of like that too,
Yeah,
because
bro.
the churches in the U.S. has already made it clear that it's very much okay to go to church, socialize in hopes to meet somebody. Churches have already said it's okay to do that, so it is okay to do that. But it's still that high in an awkwardness, especially if you're tall, handsome, and attractive, and look like you got it going on for yourself. They can't compete with you. Yes, that's what's going on in the U.S. churches. But like I said, I don't really go to church, but I know that's very, very important for a lot of people that I've spoken to. Wherever I go to foreign countries and I talk to people, expats and stuff like that. Because I always find a way to find clubs, expat clubs, where the people just get together and talk about their experiences, which is a pretty smart thing to do. Um, Socially and being able to start a business and just be a part of society overall. You said that in itself is difficult.
Yeah, let me answer a comment real quick, and that answers your same question. So, and it's a little bit smoke here. All right, so there's a guy that says Romeo Guerrero. He said, "Hey, there's Andre from Love Crossing Border has a wife. He managed to go to the upper echelon of society. So I'm Hispanic. I'm 100% Hispanic. So I'm going to disagree. Shout out to him though. I'm not, but I got some smoke for him. If his wife was making $100,000 USD as an attorney, he wouldn't have a shot. She wouldn't even look his way. If his wife was an owner of a law firm in Colombia, had 5, 10 attorneys under him, that marriage wouldn't have happened. She wouldn't even look his way. If she was making $50,000 USD, she wouldn't look his way. You see what I'm saying? When I mean higher society, I'm talking about like my building. Give me a judge who's making 10K a month. You know what I'm saying? Give me a dentist who's making 10K a month USD. Give me a plastic surgeon who's making 10K USD a month in Colombian money. They're probably not going to go. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about because anybody you guys don't know, but in South America, anybody's a dentist, anybody's an attorney, these professionals, people, the economy's tough. I'm talking about give me somebody at the top of their field who's making 10K a month USD minimum, and then you're dating that person. It's impossible. I haven't seen it on YouTube. I haven't seen, but shout out to him. But shout out to the law.
No, I have two things for you. My one question, but don't answer it because I'm gonna follow up with something.
Yeah, sure.
My one question is this: why hasn't she left him? Don't answer that yet. The other one is no one's really seeking women who are super successful. That's not necessary for us as passport bros, right? Now you can answer both.
Yeah, but I agree with you 100%. You don't need to seek women who are super successful. I actually advocate for the opposite. I say, hey, go to these from 10 to 2, go to these malls and stuff like that and target those women. You're gonna have a better time. So I'm not saying go after them, but your question was specifically, hey, why can't I target the higher echelon? And I'm giving you the reason. If they have money, they just don't need us, man. So you're going to be getting chicks who are making 5K a year, 10K a year, 15K a year type thing. But to get a chick who's making 100K USD, she's not going to look our way, man. It's almost, I would say it's impossible, but you could say it's almost impossible. But I just think it's impossible.
So the other question was, why hasn't she left Andre? If that's the case.
But again, shout out to him, but much respect to him. But that's her meal ticket. Why would she? She can't replace him. She cannot get another man, Colombian or American, at that high income. At that high income, it's going to be very difficult to replace him. So she'll never leave him. That's his meal ticket. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. That a lot of you guys are not aware of this. That there's no Joe Biden. There's no financial aid. If these females have beauty, their only way out is to monetize their beauty to get out of the hood. Like Skylar says all the time. Shout out to him. So yeah, she's never gonna leave him, brother. That's a meal ticket all day.
But to think she has gone to school, she is well educated now. She has built a lot for herself. She can act.
He cut out there. Can you hear him?
Nah, it seemed like he cut out a little bit.
Yeah, he cut out. But the thing is, guys, in South America, all these people go to school. All of them are attorneys. All of them are doctors. All of them are dentists, and all of them are also making $500 a month. It's the reality, man. It's just it's a different economic market. Hell, I was watching a show the other day on Spain, and I wasn't even aware of this. I've never been to Spain, but people in Spain are still making 5-6 euros an hour. And I thought they was on the same like $20 an hour like New York stuff. Nah, man, these people making 4 or 5 euros per hour in Spain, bro. So it's like the only country that really has a crazy economy like that is the US, man. And maybe Dubai, but the US definitely.
My other question is this.
Oh, he came back.
Yeah. I'm having internet problems. I only have 2 bars down there, but it should be a must for live. I don't know why. I don't know why, because these StreamYard Lives they don't require a live, so I don't know why I'm having these problems. But anyway, do you believe that white guys would be facing the same adversaries that you believe that Andre is facing right now? With a girl he's been with for a while, and Andre is very, very attractive. Do you believe that a white guy in the same exact status, same sexual marketplace as Andre would still be facing these same adversaries that you're saying that he's facing right now?
Well, I wasn't aware that he was having any adversaries.
No, what I'm trying to say is you believe that if Andrea had the money, she would dump him for or if she met someone who has the same income level that's interested in her, she would leave him for that person. That's what you're saying, right?
So what I said was that it's very hard. it's going to be very hard, almost impossible for her to replace him and find another American.
Right. No, I understand you.
And
But I'm
and
saying
another or another Colombian. But go ahead.
that's what I'm saying. I said what you're also saying is that if someone comes along interested in her who can replace Andre, she would replace him. Are you saying that?
So my thing is that the likelihood of that happening is not likely. It's to me it's impossible. I don't see that scenario at all.
No, I understand that. I'm not talking about. In other words, I'm creating a scenario to help explain my point of view. Okay. Do you like say they go somewhere and Andrea finds 5 suitors, all more than capable of replacing Andre? Will she replace him?
100% no. 100% no.
She won't replace him.
Because that's a meal ticket that's guaranteed. Why take a risk or a gamble?
Okay. What if it's been proven that it is guaranteed?
But okay, so I'm gonna go to your example, and that's a good question. I like those questions, brother. I appreciate you for coming on board. So here's the thing. So let's use me as an example. She finds me, and I make the same amount of money or more than her, right? Why is she gonna take a gamble on me, not knowing if, hey, is this guy really gonna be serious, really gonna stay with me? Which I'm not. I'm not. Let's be honest and keep it buck. I'm not gonna be serious. I'm not gonna take it. But so that's what I'm saying. If you already got your plate and it's guaranteed, she's gonna stick to that. But what I was trying to say is this, James or Let Go. What I was trying to say is this: is that if she was $100,000 lawyer in Colombia, she would have never looked his way initially. And that's what it is with most of these people. Most of them are going to make 5, 10, 15K. And they're going to go really hard on me and say, no, man, that's not the case. Dude, if these women are successful and they're making like 100K, they have no need for us, man. There's a mutual interest, and that mutual interest is on the finance. If she's already got her plate guaranteed, she's not going to mess that up and go with somebody else, even if he's making 200K, but she don't know what the outcome is. That guy could be like me. Hey, I might have said something. Let's say, hey, I want something serious. And then 2 months later, I don't want that serious. Now she's got nothing. And so,
okay.
But hold on. One more thing that I'm going to add to it is the racial component. I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? There's a racial pyramid. There's a racial hierarchy. The top hierarchy is blonde hair, blue eyes, Caucasian. That's number one. And then it goes light skin, and then it goes all the way to the dark skin. There's racial preferences, I would say globally, but definitely in South America. And that number one tier is blonde hair, blue eyes, white Caucasian. That's number one. That is number one globally.
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Can I ask you a question like this? Say in that sense, this kind of, if you have a black guy and a white guy, say and they both pretty much have the same sexual marketplace in a city that doesn't give a crap about race, right? And now they both go to Colombia. How much more money does the black guy have to make in order for him to be on equal ground, according to how you see it?
Okay, so you're saying if you have a black guy, you have a white guy,
right?
You're saying how much more would the black guy have to make up for the white guy?
Right.
What I would say there is that in Colombia, she's going to go for the guy with the higher income, regardless of race.
Okay. So how much?
It's all about the money in Medellin, man.
All right, I understand that, but how much more are we talking? Are you saying one guy makes 50 and the other guy makes 100? She's definitely going to go with the black guy because he makes 100?
Absolutely, 100%. You nailed it.
What if he makes 60,000 more? No, excuse me. What if they make 50 and he makes another guy makes 60?
I think in Medellin, unfortunately for the majority of the females, they're 80-90%. It's corrupted all by it's corrupted 100% by money. It's just,
well, I know, I understand that, but would $10,000 more a year be good enough for the black guy to be able to win her over? If they're both literally identical, the only thing different is that one's black and one is white.
So then we would have to put that $10,000 to use, boots on the ground. Is the guy who's making 10 grand a month more living in Poblado in a better neighborhood? Is his house bigger?
Say they both
no, because one guy's making 10 grand, so you'd have to put him at a higher like neighborhood and maybe a better car or something because he's making more money, right?
No, I understand that, but to better answer the question, to keep it straightforward. Say they literally are both living in the exact same neighborhood. Matter of fact, they live right next to each other. Same floor, same neighborhood. It
There
just makes
has
$10,000 more.
so, brother, there has to be a difference in income that is seeable, that the female can see. If they're both on the same playing field, she's gonna go for the white guy because the white guy is like viewed. That's not like number one, right? If they making the same amount of money, she'd rather be with a white guy. But what I'm saying is, if the black guy makes more, she's gonna go for the black guy. She's gonna go for the guy who makes the more money. It's whoever spends the most money. Like that guy said, Capricorn way. It's about whoever spends the most money on her. That's just unfortunately that's how it is over there, man, right now. Most of them, 80-90% of them.
All right, good fell out. If anybody else wants to call in,
Who was that third person that was coming on?
it was another person in the back that
Was
but I think he dropped it. He
I,
just dropped
I
out.
I'd like to ask you that question though. Do you see it that way? Is it money and race? Do you feel that these females, if they weren't all making 5-10 grand a year, would they still look our way if they was making 100 or 200 grand a year?
Well,
If the woman made the money,
Yeah, if she was making 200 grand a year instead of 5 grand a year, would they look your way? As a chick who made 5 grand a year.
it may be so, because I've heard if you go to the Nordic countries where they're making good money, that you do. But now we start talking about if she's gonna pick me over the white guy. I've experienced that shit firsthand. That they going for the white guy.
No.
and I've seen actually, I broke up when you was like saying the hierarchy, they have to be high. So I don't know what you said after that, but you have to understand one of the reasons why I ask these questions is because what I've learned traveling the world is you guys can more than welcome to say, stop talking about race, stop worrying about race. Well, it freaking matters. It matters a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean, if you don't think race matters, you're going to end up in a bad situation. You're going to end up in a country, you're going to end up in a neighborhood where the women literally look at you and you're not knowing, realizing why they're looking at you like that. You're going to walk up and talk to them. They're going to freak out. They're going to throw something in your face. All the guys are going to beat the crap out of you. You're going to end up in jail probably for 10 years. If you think that can't happen, you're not paying attention. That's why I always talk about race. It freaking matters a lot.
Okay, we got a
These
disagreement.
people are they're not brainwashed, they're possessed when it comes to race. I've seen beautiful, gorgeous women from Latin America. I mean, out in Las Vegas, and the white guy was atrocious. Bad breath, yellow teeth, missing hair. He's fat, he's weird. He talks funny. He's stupid. And I'm sitting there looking like a freaking model. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, all right? But I take really good care of myself. That photo, okay, that's what I look like. And that dude make me right there. I'm not in comparison to this dude.
Hello.
You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting there, like I can't believe it, but I see it a lot. And the reason why I keep trying to dig to it, because once people realize and they admit that this is the truth, you got to back up and say, okay, why do you think that is? But no one wants to admit it's the truth.
I'm 100% on board with you, brother. Nobody wants to talk about it, and that's the truth. Hey, we had another disagreement, another caller.
Yeah, he
Rodney?
dropped off for some reason, but I'll agree with James. It is. I kind of denied it for a while until I came back to Latin America this go round, and then I started hanging out with white guys, like Jason, and like I'm tired of saying this example, but I would be out with them. For some reason, this doesn't happen with Casey, but I would be out. He's the only white guy I can hang out with that it doesn't happen. But I could be out with them and I could speak to a group first and he's not saying anything and they're looking at him like he's the one speaking, but I'm talking to them. And just like little slight shit like that was when I first started noticing it. But it's gotten more intense than that.
Yeah. And the reason why I kept asking that question is boots on ground, I've known a lot of dudes to have horrible experiences because of race, even in Thailand, and because of embarrassment or uh, being, being afraid that they may let the world know that they've been cuffed or whatever. They lie about it. And I've known dudes, I know how to ask questions. You don't realize that you're answering a question that you don't want to answer when I'm talking to you. And they slip up. And I was like, yep, he had that experience. Now, mind you, I do well in a lot of countries that I go to. However, I don't feel that I could have done any less if I was in Arizona or Seattle. The thing that I enjoy when I go overseas is I'm not around a lot of the ignorance and the plot, the politics, etc. in the United States. Because you deal with you're surrounded by people who want to kill you in the United States.
Yep, agreed.
By that, and you got the police, etc. This goes on and on and on. So I enjoy that, but we all talk about getting girls, etc. And go abroad. I mean, tell me, have you looked around and saw race being a serious advantage in Colombia? And if so, I'd like to really know about that. And how did you go about dealing with it? Or did you just go somewhere else where you felt you'd fare a little bit better?
Yeah, I would say Colombia is one of those least places that are racist because it's all down to the money. But the racism still exists, man. And a lot of brothers don't want to come to the realization of it. If they say, hey, if you got blonde hair, blue eyes, and you're white, you're going to kill it in Colombia. It's, the level of attraction is just much higher for you. And that's a reality, man.
Have you
As
seen
far as
that? I'm sorry.
Yes, I've seen it.
Tell
If
us
you got
about that.
blonde hair, yeah, if you have blonde hair, blue eyes, your Tinder's gonna light up more matches than a person like me or
Well,
something like that.
I see on Tinder that, or I'm saying, have you gone to a club, a bar, an outing, an event, and you've seen it in real time?
So yeah. So if you're out at a bar or club and there's a white guy there, with blonde hair, blue eyes, that's not normal in Colombia. I would say that's rare. So he's gonna get a lot more attention. I've seen it with my own, eyes. They get a lot more attention, man. Females seem to flock to him. It's just a reality of it.
What is your city that you claim last before leaving the United States to go overseas?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Did you see white guys having a major advantage in the nightclubs and bars in Atlanta, Georgia?
I would say, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm originally from New York. I would
Okay.
say that Georgia is very racist compared to New York. In New York, it's
Yeah,
a
of
melting
course. Yeah.
pot. Everybody's together, right? In Atlanta, now mind you, this was, I haven't been in a while, but it was white with white and black with black. In New York, everybody's mixed together as a melting pot.
Well,
So
I got to push back on that a little bit because I've been to Atlanta and I did extremely well with women out there of all races.
okay.
Actually, I talked about it and I thought Atlanta, but the thing about Atlanta is the twilight zone. Atlanta is a horrible. I would never recommend anyone live there unless you are rich. It is jacked up. I mean, my favorite cities are like San Antonio, Arizona. I said any city in Arizona close to in Seattle. I like those. In New York, if you're a cleanup brother and you make over 100 grand a year and you can't find nothing in New York, you need to fall back and you got problems. New York is very good for men. New York is especially black man. If you clean cut and you got yourself together, like Austin, if Austin made 200,000 a year and you put him in New York City, he's gonna clean up, and he's not gonna have a lot of problem at all. He's not gonna leave. Just keep that one. But you do have to make up in the 200,000. When I said 100, that was a mistake. You need to make the $200,000 echelon. That's where you need to be, and not a dime less.
The
You
brother has a question.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Brandon Hayes. Let me read a couple of these super chats. Brandon Hayes says, "Question 4. Let's go. How would you compare Europe versus South America? Is Europe more welcoming to black men versus South America?" He talking to you, James.
Question for Let's Go. How would you compare Europe versus South America? Is Europe more welcoming to black men? Actually, it's the same. When you go into the upscale neighborhoods, it's the same. Uh, there is no more black man magic. You have to really seek out certain places throughout the world to find black man magic. It's gone, guys. It's gone.
Yeah.
Even in Australia, where we used to go there and we could just get the best of them. And we did that. This is what I'm trying to fix. My whole thing on the internet is to fix that. And I know exactly what the problem is, but you got too many ignorants that are fighting to keep it the way it is. Why? Because the ignorants win in certain sectors in America, and they like that. Because it's okay to be stupid, ignorant, and thuggish and dirty and nasty as long as you ignorant, and they win. That's the problem. Anyway, Europe, Europe is pretty smooth sailing if you know how to move and talk and speak the language, and you got yourself together. And South America is pretty much the same. You know, I really don't see a difference. I really don't.
Yeah.
It's just the
If
women
that
are prettier.
if the gentleman in the orange shirt got a question for me, I'll take the
One
last
second,
question, and then I'll
Jesse.
roll out.
Yeah, Jesse, let me read this and then let you go, Jesse. Simba says, as a black American, I couldn't be in a country where we're less desired. Latin America is very anti-black. Keep it 100. Yes, I would agree. And dating a white boy to Latin families is dating up. Stick with black women or Africa only. Yeah, that is true about them looking at white guys as dating up. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, I didn't have a question. I had more so a disagreement, more so on the more so on the statement that you were making before about the girls only being interested if they don't have much going on, basically.
Yeah, so let's talk about it. And so I'm saying that if a chick is making 100, 200K, she's probably not gonna look your way. It's typically chicks who are making 5, 10K a year, if that. And Medellin is like a money city, so females are driven by, most of them, not all of them, but most of them are driven by finances, by a financial gain.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna have that make that argument, you're basically saying the same, the same girls that are, saying certain things on TikTok and Instagram about guys going overseas and they're going to girls that are impoverished. And the only reason they can get them is because they don't have much going on.
Yeah.
They're latching onto a meal ticket is basically what you're concluding if you're going to make that argument. But for me, my personal experience, obviously, I've like last week, I was just dating a chick that's an engineer. Right now I'm in Rio. So like in Copacabana, you meet a lot of doctors. There's a lot of lawyers around there. And I haven't seen much. I don't see much of a difference between them and any other regular girl, at least here in Rio.
But we got to target at what income level, brother? Because again, a doctor or a lawyer in America is a prestigious, field, and they make a lot of money. A doctor, lawyer in South America, some of these people still making $400-500 a month. And so the question is, you got to ask yourself again, if they made 10K a month, would it be the same scenario? I don't think it would. And I would even go deeper and say, hey, maybe the chick that you spoke to that was an engineer, how much does she make? You can ask her, and maybe she makes 400 or 500. And one more thing, and then you can go, brother. Like the one that Austin approached on his receipt, or I think it was Casey that approached. She was like some engineer too. She probably don't make 10K a month. She probably makes $400-500 a month. And so it's at the income level. What income level are we talking about?
Yeah, at least of what I've been told in Rio, they make around $7,000 for doctors.
$7,000 a month?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But
I can't speak to it.
$7,000.
I don't work here, so. But I haven't seen too much of I have not seen too much of a difference between those girls, at least here in Rio. In other countries, Mexico, it's rare to find someone that makes that much. But I've dated a couple that make decent amount of money, and they've given me no problems.
We might. I want this guy to come on if he can't. Marty McFly. He's been in Colombia. He's been in Brazil too. So let's see if that guy wants to jump on, have some smoke for me or a disagreement. Yes.
Well, I mean, there's something that I was reading in the chats. You can actually fit in society visually speaking because we're, but they're gonna know that you're Black American because you're gonna have to really speak that Spanish language excellent. And when I say excellent, I mean even the slang. So because there's slang in their language too. I mean, they're not all speaking like a scholar out there in Colombia. But something I learned too, if you learn Spanish and speak it the way they do in Spain, they like that. They really like that. They actually love it, especially out here in New York. Spanish women in New York and Texas, they like that. They like it when you speak it the way they do in Spain. It's very attractive to them.
Cool. Marty McFly.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's
How you
going on,
guys
bro?
doing? Shout out to the panel. I was just browsing in and out for the last hour or so. The guy Jesse, I came in the middle of the conversation, but I know you guys were talking about monthly incomes. Like for instance, like a place like that's considered new money, Barrier to Juca. I know the wife of a plastic surgeon. And I was out at this place called the Village Mall. It's like one of their higher tier malls out in Rio where, kind of like all the wealthy people shop at. And, I noticed everybody was a little bit highbrow and I thought it was funny. So I said, what the average person here, what do they make a month? I'm just curious. Keep in mind, this is Brazil. She said, in comparison to her husband and people that she knows, because that's where she lives, she said to do really well out here, $3,500 a month. Right. And just to put that, her husband is a plastic surgeon. It's very good, actually, too. So just to put in perspective, the money that's made over here as opposed to somewhere else, it's really not that much. But to them and their economy, it is a lot because most people here make full-time minimum wage $400 a month. So for you to make 35 as a plastic surgeon, you're like top of the cream of the crop type of thing. Now, in terms of what you guys were talking about, again, I'm in and out. I wasn't here the whole time, but the race thing is a big thing. I know me and Austin at some point will talk about this, but I will acknowledge it. Yes, there is a well, I'm gonna just go by Rio because I know somebody's gonna scream, they're not like that up north, not like that in Bahia. I get that. Okay, fine. But I'm talking about just overall in general, the South American continent and Rio in particular. Race does play a heavy hand, of course. I acknowledge it. Know that the elephant is in the room. On the flip side of that, I like to go into solutions because I know you guys can run it 10 ways to Sunday. How much the white girls choose the white guys and the black girls choose the white guys over you. I've seen it. Austin said he's seen it. I'm sure you guys seen it 10 ways through. But here's the thing. And when I always come up to these panels, I always say I don't want to be a dead horse type of thing. But a lot of times the social circle element is what's missing from a lot of guys in dealing with women overseas. Because like the gentleman said, when you approach these women, like I assume like a cold approach, and they don't know you, and they're obviously, this is their country, you're not from here. They're gonna, oh, whoa, am I getting robbed? Blackie's coming up to me. What's going on? Do I got to call Jonathan Rodriguez? You know what I'm saying?
Which is true because the dark ones in their countries have lived up to those expectations. That's the other problem.
And
too.
it's
not us, it's them.
I acknowledge all of that. But again, I'm more of a solution-based kind of guy. See, what I'm trying to say is the reason why that happens to a lot of you Ninja Turtles, I like to call them, is because a lot of people go to these countries, bare bones. Let me just wing it how I get it. I got game in the States, so I'm gonna do my willy-nilly over here. It's gonna work. And you don't know anybody, you don't speak the language. Even if you do speak the language, a lot of people have problems making friends that matter. You know, I heard a lot of people say they make friends at a place called Mavs. That's not the type of place you want to meet people to make quality friends who can actually put you in position to meet a girl you would probably want to take seriously. If you're just trying to do something for a night, have at it. But we're talking about, guys approaching girls to have some type of a decent relationship, right? You don't want girls that are streetwalkers. I'm assuming that's the type of time we're on right now, right? I assume, right? So what I'm saying is the friend and social circle element happens when you bring more to the table besides I'm American and I make a little bit more than most. 9 times out of 10, when I hear a lot of these stories and I see it, it's usually a guy from the States, probably 2 weeks vacation. He's cold approaching. He doesn't know anybody. Let's assume he's conversational with Portuguese, right? But he doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know the culture. He doesn't have like a certified wingman. So yeah, he's going to have those experiences, and a lot of it could be a sidestepped if you had like a little bit of a friend circle. Because what happens in Rio, people validate. They like pre-qualify you. Oh, this is my friend Marty, and they say like 2 or 3 good things about you. Yeah, he likes hiking, surfing, and he's funny. Whatever. So that is a pre-qualification for you to go ahead and make your move. But people don't understand, or most people from America don't have the patience to put the time in to build those sort of relationships. And I understand it, because if you're coming here for 2 weeks, it's very difficult, because you're going to be a Tinder warrior. Your thumbs are going to be sore. People are going to be canceling on you. You're going to be frustrated. And then you're going to go out and cold approach, and you're going to look thirsty. And then this is going to be the rotating wheel of happening over and over. I understand it, but again, I acknowledge the elephant in the room. There is a I won't even call it brainwashing. I think it's like
it is brainwashing. It is.
But I call it whitewashing to the next level. But
Marty,
the thing about it is, go ahead.
Marty, what do you think we can do to fix that? In other words, we're just talking about our image alone.
Before he answers that, I need to go. I appreciate you guys. Go Abroad Now is the channel. Thank you, Austin. Thank everybody on the panel. I need to go.
Thank you.
I will see you guys on the next one. See you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you again. Make sure y'all subscribe to his channel. Thanks again, man. Dave Young says, I don't believe no poor white male can compete with a wealthy Black American man in any country. Money talks first. Yeah.
Never been to China.
The skin talks before the money. I don't think what people are understanding is the skin talks before the money in these situations. They look at you and they just throw you to the side when they have to make that decision.
It's almost like you're trying to explain this to people who never really traveled before, Austin. So it's like to even ask the question is asinine. You know what I'm saying? Now to get back to Let's Go question, that's the name, Let's Go. You said, what can we do to improve? My thing is this: if somebody is bred a certain way, there is no changing. Like, you can't go change Keisha. Keisha is Keisha, right? The same attitude that you take in the States is the same attitude that you better have overseas. So if, Rika or Maria is just not into you, it's cool. There's literally a million of them here. There's nothing to get bent out of shape. You realize the elephant in the room. Now, as far as what you can do on a personal level, I mean, it's really just the basics: clean, well-dressed, be somewhat personable. This is missing a lot. People act jittery and, very, moving and sweating. That's a personal journey that everybody has to individually go on, but you have to be relatable, maybe a little charm. I can't tell individually what guys do.
Well, I didn't mean to cut in, but what I wasn't talking about individual. We all know what you can do individually, but a lot of the dudes that are having these issues are dudes who meet all those expectations. They still have these issues with bottom shelf Brad. We talk about it all the time. Bottom shelf Brad. I'm not even the one who made up that term. Matter of fact, Andre from Love Crossing Borders, he talks about it.
Well, the thing is,
I'm talking about fixing the points lost in our image overall, because in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't like that. Black men go over another country and wait,
Well, here's the thing.
you guys are too young to know, but
to answer your question, just to keep it simple, it's not going to happen in your lifetime. In order for an image on that scale to be changed, it's going to take $1 billion investment over 50 years. And it's not going to happen before you die. So we got to get out of, hold on, let me answer the question. We got to get out of, well, what can we do as a group to change things so everybody in every corner of the world sees us differently? It ain't going to happen. The realistic thing that you can do is what I said. When you go to these countries, because I live here, I'm not visiting for 2 weeks. I don't have a nomad visa. I'm not here for 2 years. I live here. So I'm operating under the basis that you live somewhere and you're not just weekend warrior in it. You see what I'm saying? So on that perspective, and that's what I'm going to address, because that's what I'm thinking of. If you're just going to go 2 weeks and do the Diddy thing, and toss the money up in the air, or just go anywhere for 2 weeks, it ain't going to change because you're in and out, right? But if you're going to live somewhere, the best thing you can do is assimilate to the culture, offer something outside of I'm American and I make a little bit more money, like have some type of a hobby, a skill that you can contribute that'll make your value more than just your skin color, more than just your wallet. And then build a healthy social circle that can put you in position that you want to be in. That's the solution.
Marty, that actually doesn't answer my question. What would answer my question is what you would invest that $1 billion in. And also, did you know that our sexual marketplace shot up when Obama was president? Because I was traveling then. Actually, it did.
Listen. First of all, Black people right now don't even have the infrastructure to invest in Hollywood or any type of marketing thing, billions of dollars. We have more problems in our neighborhoods to worry about than worry about what's on film and that kind of thing. I'm trying to be realistic with you. I'm trying to tell you exactly what to do when you go move somewhere. When you go move somewhere, then we can have a conversation. If you're going to continue to travel for 2 weeks, 3 months, and back and forth, there's not going to be a change. I'm breaking it to you straight. I'm not lying to you. If you're going to go live somewhere, I gave you 3 or 4 points on what to do to change things when people go abroad. Otherwise,
Marty, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about how the individual should carry himself.
The image of Pookie will reign. It's fully funded by Hollywood. It's fully funded by the music industry. There is nothing you can do about it. It's
so you
funded.
don't believe? Okay, what would you say? You have $100 billion. You said you would invest into that to make adjustment to our image. What would that be?
Well, that's like saying, what would I do if I was Superman? We're talking about things that are not realistic. I'm telling you,
so you're saying realistic. It's impossible. This is the way it's going to be forever.
I'm telling you, I'm not Superman, and you don't have $100 billion. It's not happening.
I just said what you would do with it.
Hey, I would make fairy dust rain and change everybody's mind, and everything would be okay. But that's not realistic. I'm giving you guys the realistic.
Then why are you telling people how to move in certain countries? If you believe that no matter what, it's going to be the same.
Like I said from the beginning, when you actually go move there, where do you live?
It's not about me, Marty.
No. Hold on. Where do you live?
Right now, I'm in Frankfurt, Germany.
Exactly. That's where you live permanently right now. Is that where you permanently live?
No, not permanently. No, I'm going to
Turkey.
Okay,
when you get your taxes done, where do you live?
Are you talking about where I live in the States?
Sir, just answer the question. Where
I'm not living in the States at all, Marty.
Where is your home address with your social security number?
And this is why the image is down the drain. Shit like this, y'all going back and forth on the internet.
I know. I'm trying to find out what. I mean, I don't live in the States at all.
Sir, can you answer my question? It's a simple question. He doesn't want to answer. Where do you live?
I don't live in the United States at all.
I didn't ask you if you live physically. When you get your social security number, where is it registered to, sir?
Connecticut.
Exactly.
You want to know that? That's
you
where I live.
Are tethered to America. You're not retired, are you?
How am I tethered to America?
Are you retired?
Yeah, I'm retired.
So you don't get any paychecks from America?
I get a lot of paychecks from America because I also work out on my laptop at overseas.
Okay, so you're a remote worker. So you're working remotely.
So why are you trying to make this
Wait,
about
wait,
me?
hold up, sir. Wait a second. So you work remotely or you're retired? Which one is it?
I work remotely.
So you're not retired.
Yeah, he cut out.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. You guys want solutions, and when I give you the solutions, people's brains scramble. Listen, I'm not Superman. You're not going to have $100 billion to reform the black image. Let's get realistic. Can you do it with me, sir? So when he gets his Cricket Wireless back, we'll have that conversation. But like I said, I'm giving you straight facts. There is no way you can come to a country for 2 weeks at a clip and think you're going to change things by smiling in everybody's face. It's not going to happen. So I don't know what everybody. I don't know what.
Not, and this is the thing. People like you destroy the black male image. Like they're not here to argue that point. You know what I mean? They're talking about.
We weren't talking about that at all. And he's trying to make it about me. I don't understand.
And this is the thing. He comes on here making it seem like black men are whining about our image worldwide. That's not the case. You know
Who are you talking to, sir?
You know, I'm speaking to everyone on the panel. I'm speaking to you.
You're not speaking to me because I came on here with a different agenda. You're not speaking to me, sir.
Marty, you seem to have an attitude problem, man.
No, I don't. The guy said he's speaking to everyone. I had solutions for what people are going to do when they
Marty,
move.
maybe we should just let him speak.
Well, maybe he should speak correctly. How about that?
I actually agree with some of the things you said, Marty. I don't agree with everything, but I actually agree with
Hold on.
Yeah, but I'm not a victim.
Hold on, Marty. Let me hear what Nova has to say really quick, because I'm.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good to you.
All right. I'm interested in finding out more about the passport bro thing, and I also have a buddy back here with me. If you want to let him come on, he's an animator. He's pretty funny.
No, we in the educational topic right now. What
Well,
do you have?
he does educational topics, but he's he's an animator.
I ain't trying to laugh right now. I'm trying to get to the
that
facts.
black male image.
Oh.
We in this space having a discussion about a particular.
That's what
topic.
we're talking about right now. I would love for you to talk
about
about
that.
that.
To her, but if what she wants to talk about doesn't pertain to the topic, okay, display to the world how black men get down. Right? We're not going to divert from what we were talking about. Right?
That's fine.
Yeah. We're not going to deviate. There's no disrespect, but we're not going to deviate away from the topic, are we?
Hey, Trav, can I dip in and ask her a question to get her on board, if that's all right with you? Because I know it's your turn to talk, Trav.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, brother.
All right, Nova, do you believe that the sexual marketplace for black men has dipped? Is it lower? How many points is it lower? And why do you think that is?
Well, according to the stats, the sexual marketplace has kind of dipped for men in general. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
True. That is true.
What state do you live in?
California.
California. Do you believe that white men do better than the average, to even clean cut black men? Average white guys do better than black men who are above status?
I'm not really sure, because it seems like white men are kind of complaining about the same thing.
Like I said, California is a good place for us.
Can I ask a quick question real quick? It's an open.
I mean, from what I can tell, very clean-cut black men in California seem to get a pretty good amount of play over there.
You're making a killing.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question? Hey, Nova, do you know about a movie? This was the first movie played in the White House, because all of the stuff that we're talking about is deeply rooted in what I'm about to go into.
What is it?
The movie was called Birth of a Nation. Any one of y'all brothers familiar with that movie? The first movie played in the White House?
Yeah, we are.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
And I'm Nova, and I want to tell you how that movie affected generations of black men, how it affects these brothers until this day. Now, this was the first movie played in the White House, not the Freedom House, not the Liberty House, the White House, right? That was built by Black American, foundational Black American slaves. And this movie was a bunch of white men, Caucasian men, dressed up like black men with their tongues hanging out of their mouth, running behind white women, and basically trying to, I don't want to say the wrong thing on YouTube, but basically trying to grape them. Grape. I'm saying grape like the fruit.
Yeah. I know the term. We all use that type of stuff. Yeah.
And you know who the heroes were in that movie against this big bad black man?
The
KKK.
What the hell? Okay.
They refer to the KKK as the invisible.
It's a little too deep right now, man.
Yeah, no, we're not going too deep, because when you discuss the black man's image, that comes from somewhere. All right.
Well, we're talking about it today, though, right?
Yeah, we did we not just talk about the black man's image? And
Well, I understand that, but the cake, when you
got to display some
Trav,
and not be tiptoeing and
well, no, I understand that, but
public.
the Trav, if the KKK shows up, that actually hurts the white man's image.
Yeah, but let me finish making my point. What I'm saying is, at that particular time, if you do your due diligence and you do your homework, at that particular time, that did wonders for the KKK image. The KKK was depicted as the heroes. The black man was depicted as the sexual deviant predator, but it was false. It was just as false as Rocky is. You know, the white guy in that movie, the great gladiator Rocky. That's fiction.
Yeah.
When you talk about boxing in real life, you're going to talk about foundational Black American men. So this is my thing. This has been going on for generations. The reason why you know, even in Argentina, I know that the Nazis actually went to correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. The Nazis went to Argentina. A lot of them went there to hide out. And
yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and they spread that white supremacist ideology. That's the reason why I had experience recently, right? I was talking to a girl in Panama, beautiful girl, but she wanted to get her nose done. I thought she was just fine. She actually said that she wanted to, you know, get the money to get her nose done. You know what I mean? And that all of those things are deeply rooted in white supremacy. It's okay. Y'all can say it. You'll be okay. You won't get in trouble. So what I'm saying, that affect now I'm asking you, let's go. The things like that, the white supremacy affect the black man's image?
Of course it did, but they did it in different ways. However, what you don't understand is during World War II, when black soldiers went to other countries, the women were definitely fawning over them. Did you know that?
I agree with that. I never disagree with that. Like I know.
Well, I understand that, but we're talking about our sexual marketplace.
Yeah,
You're going
in Vietnam.
You're talking. I don't know why you're bringing that stuff up. We're talking about right now and today our sexual marketplace. We already know. But I understand, Trav. But the things that hurt our image are the stupid stuff. Trav, just let me finish.
The things that hurt our image is the cowardice that
Travis.
I talk about supremacy.
We're talking about it. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about our image. That's why race even brought up in the first place. I brought it up.
That doesn't mean I hate white people. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not talking about you hating white people at all.
Go ahead.
We're not talking about that. I don't want a war with white people. I want race to not matter. I want race to be like as relevant as the smell of a dog shit. That's what I want. And I want no one to care about race anywhere. That's what I would like. But what really killed our sexual marketplace?
Racism. It is a fact.
Hey, Trav, let's do this. Let me read a couple of super chats really quick. Dates, try not to get anyone pregnant though, because that's a problem here in America. But try to have as much fun as you can. Of course, I wouldn't do it at all. But a handsome white guy making $50K a year will run laps around a handsome black guy making $200K in South America. I 100% agree.
What about in Poland?
I've seen that shit firsthand.
Would that happen in Poland and Germany? Can someone answer that? What about in Poland and Germany?
No.
Okay.
It will not.
Everyone has their market. This is the moral to the story. Everyone has their market. You know what I mean? Like I read a study. I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, where they said that Black American men are the most sexually desired. That's sexually, not like as far as like for a life partner. So to say that we've endured, if there's another group, you tell me, to say that we've endured like the slander of our image, starting with movies like Birth of a Nation, all the way up to movies like The Color Purple, right? I mean, just the list is never ending. To say that we've endured and the Democrats currently have a campaign against black men, in my opinion. So to say that we've endured all that, I think we're doing pretty damn good. And the thing that we can do to fix our image is to know our history and be armed with factual talking points. You know what I mean? To let people, you know, not to play victim, but to let people know why things they are the way they are, and work and participate and do what you can do to try to change things the way that they are. I know you want to have fun. I know you want to enjoy yourself, woman. I appreciate what y'all brothers doing out here traveling. I'm proud of you.
Hey, Trav, can I ask you a question?
And after that, let's go. Marty McFly, go ahead and jump back in after that, because we getting a little
Yeah,
We need to keep it
Yeah,
international.
I want to
Yeah,
come back
we-
and crack the
this-
concrete.
the one question that I have to ask you, Nova, is what do you think is the #1 factor that hurt our image? I mean, not Nova, Trav.
The #1 factor,
Yes.
I 100% believe that it was propaganda and media, and I also want to take some accountability for that on our end. Is our I'm not going to say that I'm not going to generalize all black men, but we have had some issues with being able to work collaboratively.
Trav, it's broad though, right? What you said, isn't that broad? Like what in social media, what in media, what was it?
In particular, I believe liberal media.
Liberal media. In other words, for example,
networks like CNN, networks like MSNBC.
well, CNN was in its infantry. It came out in the 80s.
Also, you can say Fox News as well. Fox News is not a liberal.
Well, Trav, we're talking about way back before the 80s. We're talking about late 70s when it was really starting to take effect, right? Because it was a long time ago when we were probably before you were born. I'm 48.
Yeah, I'm only 38.
I know.
Yeah.
So what do you think it was specifically?
You know, some slick shit. I don't, for that particular era, I can't really speak on that particular era, brother, because I didn't
Well,
live.
if you don't know that, then how can we take what you're saying serious? Not trying to attack you, but we got to fix. In other words, we need to work for each other and make sure our point of view is heard right.
Today, by the things that we see today, that's one exhibit. By the things that we see today, and not only the things that we see today, they've documented these things in history. You have white people that wrote books about this stuff. You know what I mean? About propaganda campaigns against black men. J. Edgar Hoover, the founder of the FBI, he said we have to stop the rise of the Black Messiah. You know what I mean? He was talking about a black male figure that would be influential on the black community. Someone tell me I'm lying. Did J. Edgar not have a whole campaign against black men?
James, I want to see you go back to Marty McFly because we get
I agree. I thought it was going to be a straight up answer. My bad, Austin. You're right.
That was the direct answer. Is that not the
Fair
evidence?
enough. Okay. No, it's cool.
You can't counter it, man. I just think
no, it's all right. I got you.
Yeah, we back pounding the concrete. Listen, I ain't trying to find out what happened 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's like me watching a Disney Channel like The Watcher. I'm like, that's what if. I'm trying to do like the nigga watcher. What is? I'm trying to tell you what is right now. You see what I'm saying? You got the reference. All I'm trying, and it's no love lost with you, let go. You're cool, dude. I don't smoke for you like that. But I'm being real serious. It's the what y'all talking about is sounding like global victimhood. Like, oh man, you know, I get the body in the room. It's like, yo, ego aside, you're not number one. I don't care how many muscles you got. I don't care how much swagnificence you think you got. I don't care how many zeros you think you got in the bank. How, you know, you still a nigga. What Jay-Z said, I ain't black, I'm OJ. Nah, you still OJ. And you got to understand that. And it's okay to walk in that truth. But at the end of the day, if you go into these countries and all you have to do is, all you have to offer is basically, I'm American, I make more money than the next man. Well, guess what? Them chips gonna fall where they fall. I'm out in Rio. I live here. I don't work. Look at the body. I'm a jobless gentleman. I don't work at all. But I have an entire social circle. Every other night I'm going out. 3 nights a week I'm streaming with a Brazilian. I'm doing videos with black and white Brazilians. I don't have a victim bone in my body here. And all I'm trying, that's no ego talk. I'm just trying to tell y'all to get from point A, from the potato to the laser, it's like 6 easy steps.
Marty,
now, can everybody, well, hold on. Can everybody do it?
No, I just want to make sure.
I'm like, hold on. Can everybody do this? No, because a lot of people, to be honest with you, they're not willing to put in the work financially. They're not willing to put in the work to really find out what part of their personality turns off other people in general, male and female. Because to be honest with you, I interview Brazilian males. I don't give a F too much about the women. I chase the success. The women come as accessories to the shit. And more importantly, I focus on the Brazilian dudes out here because I need to connect with them to know where the real source is at. How many of you dudes, when you go to the other country, all I hear about is a bunch of women. Where are the women at? What woman likes me? What dudes do you know who can put you in position? Because to be honest with you, in Latin American countries, that's how the real source goes. Once you get cool with the dudes, hey, yo, I got a cousin that you would be perfect for. Oh, you know, my sister's aunt, whatever. Yo, let me put you right in. We having a party. I just went to a baby reveal last month and met a chick, and me and her rocking out and that's off the strength of her homegirl pre-qualifying me. You understand what I'm
You
saying?
kick
So,
game at a baby reveal?
yo, my man, are you listening to me?
Nah,
You know,
I'm just that's just
all right,
got my
let's
it's
go.
got my attention.
All right, let me get your attention again. Who's at a baby reveal? Men or women?
No, I'm not knocking that. I do it at weddings, man. I like
No,
weddings.
but answer the question. We're gonna dog walk this out. Who's at a baby reveal? Men
Dog
or
walk.
women?
Come on, Marty, man.
No,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
that's just I never heard of that one.
All right,
I
so
never
like
heard
I
of that
said,
one. That's all.
all right, well,
I'm not going after you. I'm
going,
just saying that's a new one. I never
I'm
thought about
boldly
going to a
going
baby
where
reveal.
no nigga has went before. So follow me. Understand, when you see, social circle is so important, and I'm glad you guys are witnessing how much we as black men don't understand. Because he don't understand what I'm talking about. When somebody throws a baby reveal in Rio, you got to understand all the women come out because they love family functions. Now, if you are a part of that and you have good standings with the males and the females there, everybody's going to be trying to get with you. Now you throw the extra sauce, you're American, then you double sauce it up that you live here and you know the language. My man, are you understanding what I'm putting down? So this is what I'm trying to tell you. It sounds real funny until you put it into practical application, then holy shit. And this is the problem that most black men have. They're not sociable. They don't even know, hey, instead of going to the club, maybe I should go to my man's baby reveal. Maybe I might have better results. Because guess what? At a baby reveal, nobody's trying to judge how much money you got, how black you are. Everybody's black. Everybody's there for a singular cause, and everybody's having a good time. It's positive energy. I mean, I might be speaking above. I might, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, there's no victimhood in my bones. So all I'm saying is, when you go to these foreign countries and you actually live there, I don't mean an extended visa. I don't mean you're there for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I mean, you live here. These are the steps that you do to ensure that you, my friend, you are in position to win. Now,
Marty, I have a question for you because you've been
go ahead.
you were going on about this for a little bit.
Go
You
ahead.
said you don't have a victim bone in your body. I'm not
I
sure why
don't.
you're talking about victim, but
I'll
you
tell you
did
why if you
say,
ask me.
hold up, Marty. You did say that there's absolutely nothing we can do about our sexual marketplace in terms of race. I completely, overtly disagree with that. I believe we could do it in a week, and we don't need money to do it.
1 through 5, give
So
me the
that's
steps.
a
Go
lot
ahead.
of. Hold up, Marty. Hold on. That's a lot of victimhood saying that is completely hopeless. It's
Let's
never
go.
hopeless.
Break
Nothing
it
is
down to
hopeless.
me. Break it. Teach me.
Well, I would go. I didn't want. I just want to jump in.
But if you're going to jump in, don't talk about it. Be about it. This is what I'm saying. If you want to say something, back it up with step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I can do this backwards.
The whole victim thing is. No, when you said that, I'm thinking that you experienced something pretty extreme. You saying what I believe that we could do?
Brother, break it
Why are you
down.
asking
Step
me that?
1, I'm going to say it again. Step 1 through 5. You thought this out before you mentioned it. So step 1 through 5, teach me. Go ahead.
Well, one thing I do know, and I did talk about this before, is our entertainment, TV, the way we're represented on social media, entertainment, etc. Our image is like, I mean, you got a double whammy. You got the stupid version of us looking stupid all over the world. And then you got people who don't like us making sure that we look atrocious on movies and TVs and etc. Always trying to put a black man in a dress. You know, those little things do matter. You know what I'm saying? What we have to do is we got to put images of ourselves out there to make sure that no matter how we step up, no matter what style we produce, we're still looking good and they still see us as potential husbands and everything.
Okay, sir. None of what you just said helps me in a foreign country right now.
Actually, they watch a lot of American TV. So yes, it does.
Of what, again, let me say it again. Nothing that you just said is applicable to anybody's situation currently right now. So teach
Okay,
me
you
from
feel
1
that
to
way.
5, from 1 to 5 right now. If I wanted to go outside and get Maria, teach me from 1 to 5. How do I do that?
All right,
Go.
fair enough. Let me ask you this. You said it's completely hopeless when it comes to our sexual
Wait,
marketplace.
sir, are you not going to answer the question?
Well, no, because that didn't make any sense because
All
of
right.
you misunderstood what I said. Why?
Austin, let
why
us
do you
stand for the
think that is?
court. Austin for the court. He has denied to answer the question from 1 to 5. Proceed, sir.
1 to 5 what?
Are you not understanding the whole thing I said, the 2
Marty,
minutes
you
from
keep
1
trying
to
to make it the
5?
argument like someone's you being a victim right now, dude. I'm trying to have a conversation with you and you trying to fight me.
From 1 to 5, he denies to give me the answers to the question.
What are you asking me, Marty?
Okay.
It's entertaining, man. I'm just listening to y'all. It's
Marty, what are
entertaining.
you asking me, man?
Okay, let me start from
This dude, he
again.
got butthurt, man. I don't know what happened to you,
on
Marty.
point. I'm on point. I'm laser focused right now.
Fair.
So from 1 to 5.
What, Marty?
1 at a time. You want to go, sir, or you want me to go? I'll be quiet.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, Marty, what did you ask me?
Okay, from 1 to 5, right now, 2024, you said you have solutions that'll change our sexual marketplace value that you can implement personally. Don't tell me about Hollywood. Don't tell me about $1 billion. What can you, like Uncle Sam, do to help that person in a foreign country right now? Go. 1,
I never said that. 2,
said
I can easily do that by showing up the way I do.
You said in a week, sir.
Yeah.
Austin, you want to run back the tape? I got receipts. You got them too. Run that tape
dude,
back.
Marty, I just told you that what I was talking about, how we're represented in TV and media and movies, etc.
In a week?
That does matter.
In a week?
Yeah, it can happen that fast.
Okay, tell me in a week, how can you change it all? Go.
Marty, I just told you.
No, you didn't tell me anything.
That's exactly what?
In a week's time, from 1 to 5, what are the steps that you got? Go.
I never said there needs to be 5. I just said
Austin,
right
I
there.
can't talk like this, man.
Oh my, Marty.
It's crazy.
Marty,
crazy.
I want you to listen to me very carefully. I know you're mad. I don't know why you're mad.
Yeah,
I never attacked
I'm in Rio. I have girls all the time. I party all the time. I don't work. Oh, right. I'm fuming mad. Oh yeah, you got me,
dude. All right, go ahead. Marty, so there's a super chat right there. I'll get back to
He
you.
said Marty is right. Black men image is tarnished, and you can't change that image in a week.
Okay, you don't believe it could be changed in a week. That's fair. If you don't believe those things will work,
if it's that easy, why don't you just do it?
Do what?
Oh my God, Austin, I can't do this, man.
Why you have to think it's the media though? It's not the media. It's us. Like you go to.
That's exactly what I was trying to tell him. I told that over and over again.
Bro, if you go to Poblado right now, I guarantee you, there's like 10 ninjas like literally posted up like they're in Detroit. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. We have. I mean, we got to make. What the other thing we got to do is we got to make dudes less comfortable being ignorant in other countries. They're comfortable, and the reason why. And hold up, the reason why they're comfortable is because we have so many images right now that make it seem like that's what's up. It's cool to be that. It's cool to be ignorant. It's cool to run around looking dumb and being dumb and talking dumb, throwing money in the air. That's cool. So they go out in other countries and they do the same thing. And no one's holding them to task. Here's
what I'll say. I'm used to dealing with a different tier of gentlemen. I don't really associate with people who are doing what you just stated. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but let's assume that the people that we're currently talking about are people who have their head on straight. They smell good. They're not ignorant, but yet according to you, our sexual marketplace, even for those men, is low. So my question to you, sir, lay it out within a week's time. What can those men do who have it together to come up, just like you said? Go. Teach me. Cricket Wireless has won again. But Austin, understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, run the tape back. When I cut this up, this is going to be crazy. Understand, I don't have a victim bone in my body. I'm not talking about what movie was released back in the 1950s and our global image back then. This motherfucker is going to watch a shit. He's watching over shit. I'm the nigga watcher. I'm like, what is? Not what if. What is? I'm the black dude with the leather jacket with the shades on. I ain't the bald white dude. That's this guy. What I'm trying to say is just follow me. We're having fun. You know what I'm saying? So listen, at the end of the day, Austin, a lot of these dudes is running into friction because they don't have a smooth bone in a body. And it's not all about swagnificance, but it's a cumulative effect about smelling good, being sociable, being just a cool dude to be around, not always chasing after women. It ain't about the women. I'm in Rio. There's like 5 million more women here than men. You see them everywhere. It's like breathing oxygen. It's not that serious. What I'm saying is, what about you?
He's here right now.
Okay, here we go again.
That was hilarious because it froze as soon as he supposed to answer the question. That was hilarious.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything because my
you didn't
dropping out. So
you didn't hear nothing when I was talking to you. That's funny.
Damn, Marty, you still mad?
Oh yeah, I'm tight. I'm tight, fuming. But go ahead.
I didn't hear nothing. If y'all don't mind repeating whatever y'all wanted to ask me, I mean, if it was directed at me, it seemed like it was, but I didn't hear
really
nothing.
Gonna repeat this for the 4th time? We really gonna do this? Bro, just teach me how to do it. Teach me how to win overseas, bro. Teach me. You're talking to Marty McFly. Go ahead.
Marty, I never said anything about you winning or losing overseas specifically. I was talking about the black man's image. It has nothing to do with what you're doing overseas. Nothing.
I think it does. Because you're telling me as a black man, I have this tough time, which I don't. Because
no, I didn't say that.
You just said men overseas have a bad look, an image, right?
No, I didn't say that.
That image, hold on a second. You said that image is precluding us from having serious relationships with meaningful women outside the P4P.
Negative.
market.
I didn't say that either.
All right, so you reinstate what you just said. I'll be quiet.
I said our image as black men in other countries is diminished due to racism. That's what I was talking about.
And racism is the image. Is it correct?
Yeah, Marty.
All right, so exactly what I said 5 minutes before. Well, like, why are
Okay.
we going in circles, bro? Listen,
We're not going in circles.
Yes, we are.
misunderstood what I said, and I
I'll
got
say
corrected.
something, and you'll say, "What did you just say?" And then you'll say it, and I was like, "I just said that 5 minutes ago."
Marty, let's move on.
Oh, we have to move on because I'm right here. You can't stay right here. So if you want to move on, we can do
Jesus
that.
Christ, Marty, would you stop being butthurt?
Butthurt?
At what point did I piss you off?
No, it's all up, but you got to answer the questions.
No, it's
bro.
not. You're mad, and you know you are. At what point did I
Bro,
piss
can you
you off?
answer any questions?
What question, Marty?
Austin, come on.
Oh,
when I
damn,
cut
dude.
this up,
Never
this is gonna
mind.
be hilarious.
Never
This is
mind.
gonna be
Never
hilarious.
mind. Moving on. Does
All right,
anybody else?
undefeated,
Go ahead.
undefeated. Let's go.
Let's
go.
Undefeated?
Undefeated. Let's go, baby.
No one's debating you.
Undefeated. Let's go.
We're talking
baby.
about two different things, Marty.
Oh, I'm talking about
butthurt.
I don't know where
God
you are.
Damn, dude. I had no idea that I hurt your feelings, man. If I did, my bad.
Nah, you in the
I was
hot
not
seat,
coming
bro.
for
This
you.
is Marty McFly. This ain't no amateur hour.
Yeah, I can see that. Marty McFly.
Yeah, man,
Go
it's
get on your
serious.
hoverboard, man.
You really think you could end like the stereotypes in a week, though?
Yeah, tell me how.
I just talked about that. I said it 1,000 times. Y'all heard what I said.
Say it again.
No.
Okay.
Nah, I don't mind saying it again. I just want to fuck with you, man.
I love it.
With you.
Listen,
nah,
you,
no,
you like
don't.
it. I love
nah,
it.
You don't love it.
You like it? Listen, man.
Nah, Marty,
I'm good.
you got butthurt. I don't know what it was that got under your skin, but dude,
listen,
if you really want to have a
it.
conversation,
It's your first time in the hot seat with Marty. This is your first time. You never heard of me.
Right,
it's cool. It's cool. It's the shock factor.
Why is the seat hot, Marty?
Because I'm just that hot. I can't help it, man.
Oh, you're hot. So you're warming up my seat.
Man, it's burning.
You're burning up my
ass
seat.
cushion is burning your ass right now.
Yeah, you're burning my ass.
No
That's
diddy.
some gay shit. Are you sure you're not chasing men out there?
Yeah, I'm gay. Yeah, I'm in Rio and I'm gay.
Well, you just said you're warming up.
You hit it right on the head. Wow.
Now you're talking about hitting heads. Come on,
so
dude.
original.
You gotta chill with that.
Wow, so original.
Hey, this is what you wanted. This is what you
Is that the best? Is that the best comeback?
That's not a comeback. You're the one who said
no. We can stay on the topic. We talking about traveling and having success,
man. I don't like people. I don't like dudes.
Yeah, because that's what I'm here to do. Like I said, on the topic, teach me your 5 steps for success, because clearly you have it.
No one talked about what success in what?
Oh, gosh.
Warming up people's asses.
You're a good guy. You're a good sport. I like that.
You're not.
Hey, but you know what? I'm not working either, but you are.
You're not working?
Don't you see the name? It says jobless gentleman, sir. What do you think that means?
So what do you do for money?
I exist. I'm a jobless gentleman. I'm Marty
Do
McFly.
you do anything?
Understand?
So all you do is chase women in
No.
Brazil?
Who said I chase women? Yeah, your Cricket Wireless chased itself out of here. Understand something. You're talking to Marty McFly. You know, this is not amateur hour. Your little quips won't work on me. I live here. Where do you live, sir? You're just doing an internship in Germany. Understand where you're at and where you ain't. That's the difference. Now, now when he comes back, he's gonna say, "I didn't hear nothing." He's gonna ask me to say the whole thing over again. I know it's I love it, man. I love it, man. Oh, Poppy Rico. Yeah.
What's going on, my man? Marty McFly. What's going on, baby?
Man, we just enjoying it, man.
I had to join the panel because I'm so tired of hearing James, his being a victim.
Global victim.
I mean,
you're a victim.
You know what I don't like? Like, he complains about black men going to different countries and setting a bad example for other black men.
Like, he just got banished to the ozone layer.
I mean, white people, we don't care about shit like that. Like, I mean, people go to different countries, they do what the hell they want to do, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell him.
And he doesn't get the point. Like, you're trying to ask him what's like about him. Why does he have to generalize about black people?
Right, because the thing about it is he don't really got much going on. So now he has to generalize it out. He has to farm out the responsibility. Me, I take the responsibility on my shoulders. So if Austin asks me, "Hey, Marty, what are you doing in Rio where you can have these things and have streaming consistently with Brazilian girls and doing photo shoots and video shoots and going to parties?" I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. I'm not going to farm it out to 30,000 people and say, "Hey, this is what everybody should be doing." I'm going to be a man, put it on my shoulders, be a jobless gentleman, and just hold it until it can't be held no more. And I'm going to just give you the sauce.
James, just talk about yourself. Don't generalize about black people. Talk about yourself.
First of all,
ain't much to talk about.
First of all, I came in to talk, in other words, to asking about, and Austin we already agree on this. I mean, we all talk about it all the time. I'm talking about the things that affect black men in general. That's what I was just talking about. And you want to talk about me. You want to make it about me, just like when I'm using my phone now, so I don't think I'll cut out. But if you guys want to make it about me and just turn the show into me, you're more than welcome to do that. But if you're trying to cook me, that's your ass.
Nah, it's not that important.
Like I heard, the one.
Nah, you want to make it about me? Let's make it about me.
You claim to
That's a short story.
Experience the most racism out of all of your friends in all of America. That's just weird.
Say
shit,
what?
Man.
What did you say, Rico?
One time you said you've experienced more racism than all of your friends.
Wrong. I said it felt that way.
Yeah, like it's hard. I mean, I would think a lot of people experience racism, but then you're worried about what other people are like when they brought up Park Laureles. I don't even know how to say that, but I've only been there like a few times. But if black dudes are there partying, doing whatever they do what they do.
What are you talking about, Rico?
Like, you're worried about.
He's going to tell you to tell him again.
Marty, hold on. Don't help him.
Like, setting a bad example. So when you go into, like, just say you were in Medellin and these black dudes were behaving what you think is inappropriate.
Right.
Now all of a sudden you think when you walk into Medellin, people are going to look at you and think bad about you because of what these other black dudes did.
Rico, everyone talks about that. That's a fact. And Marty said that it's so bad that it's unfixable. So what are you talking about?
The point is who cares?
What do you mean who cares? You're white. What do you mean who cares? It has nothing to do with you.
What do I care what they do?
Exactly. You're fucking a white dude.
Care.
Exactly.
He's a victim.
You're a victim, dude. But
so I'm the only one who's the victim. So it doesn't affect any other black dude but me.
But I don't care what other people do.
So what, Marty? I mean, Rico,
What do you care? Because you're white, right? It doesn't affect you.
Matter. See, check this out.
It doesn't matter.
When you're a victim, right? You
hold up, Marty. Okay, see, let me stop you right there. You keep saying I'm a victim when Marty himself already said, hold on. Whoa, don't cut me off. You keep trying to call me a victim when we all agree about what I was talking about. And Marty said that it's so bad that it's unfixable. I said it is fixable. So how is it that I'm a victim when he said it's worse?
Like, for example, one of my ex-girlfriend's fathers played for Dallas Cowboys, right? He was a black dude. And he then ran the Philadelphia Eagles. That was when she was my girlfriend. And he never talked about racism. Like he knew racism exists, but it's not like something he doesn't think about that shit every day. Why? Because he just wants to be successful. He ain't letting that shit hold him back.
No one's saying it's holding us back. I'm very successful.
About what other black dudes are doing. Worried about what you're
doing.
No,
I'm not worried about what other black dudes are doing. No one said that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not worried about what other black dudes are doing.
Nah,
that's nothing to do with what I said.
No, when Marty was talking, you were harping on what more so black people in general rather than what you can do yourself.
I wasn't talking about me. That's the point. It had nothing to do with me at all. I don't have problems anywhere. So what are you guys trying to make it about me? You think I have a problem getting a girl in Colombia and Brazil? Are you serious?
Right. The way you talk, man.
Negative. You don't understand. I'm not talking about anything specific about me, but if you want to make it about me, you guys keep trying to do that, but you haven't.
When Austin goes from place to place, guess who the hell he's talking about? He's talking about himself. When I go place to place, guess who I'm talking about? I'm talking about myself. I ain't talking about all these other white dudes. So why don't you just talk about yourself?
Ain't much to talk about.
You don't need to generalize.
Rico, you're missing the point. This never had anything to do with me. You're making it about me because you're butthurt about me for some reason. You're bringing up shit that wasn't even on the show. So Marty's butthurt now. You butthurt from back then.
You're talking generalizations.
If you're sick and talking about a victim, then why is it that I have such an effect on you? You remember stuff I did in the other shows. You came on the show mad about me. You butthurt.
My butt don't hurt.
Well, it seems like it because you came in a show specifically to try to attack me, and you're not doing very well.
I'm not trying to win anything. What
are you coming at me for? You said make it about me when I keep trying to tell you the show is not about me. You're trying to troll me, Marty. You're trying to troll me, Rico. You came on the show to troll me.
Dude, when I listen to you, right, I hear the sound, I hear the voice of a victim.
What did I say that made me?
It's annoying as fuck. I don't know.
You said you were butthurt and how you go.
I don't know how you
go ahead, Marty. Go ahead,
I don't know
Rico.
how you win women. I don't know how you get women. You know why? I don't know how, because they could probably smell the victim on you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he's a victim.
It's like weakness,
right?
And like the way you were talking. You know, like, so I got on and I was listening to conversation talking about how black man can't get this, how black man can't get that. But now all of a sudden, you're the black man.
Rico,
and you're telling
never
us
said that, Rico.
You can get the girls.
Rico never said that. Never said that, dude. No one said anything about black man can't get anything. Marty said that it's impossible. He said that it's unfixable. I didn't say that. I said it is fixable. You're preaching up to the wrong choir, dude. Rico, you just butthurt about me.
When I started watching this show, right, people were saying, and I agree to some extent, like, you know, like if you go to a very white area with a few black women and you're trying to meet black women, it may be harder to meet those black women.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm just, you know, that's
actually no, it's not.
That's Marty's experience. You know, just say for example.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I can go anywhere, and if I seek out a girl, if I have my stuff together, I can get her.
That sounds like a
stalker. Wrong group, Rico.
That sounds like you're stalking him, though. You're a victim.
Oh, now I'm sorry. I'm stalking him. How am I stalking? Jesus Christ! You guys are trying. You guys are reaching, man. You guys are reaching. You're not gonna. You keep trying to make it about me, but like I said, you want to make it about me, you're more than welcome to.
You can get white women, black women, you know, all different shades. with no
All
problem.
right, Rico, let me ask you this. Since you want to make it about me, do you believe, hold up, Rico, hold up. It's okay. It's all right. Marty said that the whole thing about the black male image is so bad that it's unfixable. Do you believe that?
I would never say that because I think.
Okay, well, then your issue is with Marty, not
I think the generalized black men is wrong. See, I don't like that kind of stuff, right? I think every individual black man can be treated differently, right? Depending on how they look.
Right. So, Rico, you don't believe that black men are treated differently in Colombia, in Brazil. You don't think so?
Well, since I live in Colombia part-time, I think black men from America will win well in Cali, for example. I think they win well in.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, what the hell you asked me about black men? Black men going.
No, I specifically asked you overall, do black men have it harder or do they face adversaries in Colombia and Brazil?
You just asked me. I just answered that damn question.
Trying to talk like me now.
What the hell, man?
Is it yes or no?
The damn question. Black men can win in Cali, and black men can win all day long in Cartagena.
No, I know. No, fair enough. That answers half of it. I understand that. It does answer half of it. But
Brazil. See the difference between me and you.
Okay, man, Colombia.
I talk about my experiences.
So you said we can win, but what I asked you is, I know we can win, but I said overall, do we have a disadvantage because we're black men in Brazil, in Colombia?
I mean, I ain't down there taking damn statistics. You know
I understand that, but do you believe it? Yes or no?
Black men can win, man.
I know we said we can win.
Nah, he's
Answer
a victim.
the question.
Exactly, man. Like, what the hell is this?
I've had no problems in either of those countries. So
shit. My man Austin was winning in Cali. I can guarantee you that. Right? So I'm gonna tell you.
So you don't believe there's no racial. All right, so Rico, you don't believe there's any racial issues in Colombia.
Okay, let's check this out, right? I date black women, right? Most of the black girls that I've dated have been in Cali. And guess what? They don't even think about damn race. They don't even think about race. You know the only people that think about race? Black Americans mostly.
Yep.
Also, we're the problem.
But so it's nice. It's like a pleasant experience to actually be with a black woman that don't even care whether she's black or white or whatever color she is. She's just herself.
Rico, one more time. Do you believe
he's getting mad now?
There's any kind of racial issues in Colombia for black men?
He's a victim.
You guys can make funny all you want, but if you're not answering the questions, you're gonna get ate up.
Let me make sure the question's clear.
I said no.
Saying like black American men or black people, even black men, Colombia.
You can make it about black American men, yes, because specifically that's what we're talking about.
I don't think black American men have a problem in Colombia. I really don't.
So all right, cool. So you don't believe that?
Dude, I've been going there over 5 years. I've been there.
Fair enough. That you don't believe it. All right, cool.
On the ground there than you, man. So when I tell you this is
Rico, stop making it about me. You're showing your ass.
Well, I'm trying to answer your damn question. It's like you don't.
I understand that, but you just said that no, you don't believe this. That's it. That's my question answered. You're done.
Any of my black friends, I would always give the advice.
You got black friends?
Cali, Colombia.
My bad. That was bad.
He said Rico is being disingenuous and a suspected white supremacist.
Wait, what is the white?
But just so you know, Rico, you disagree with Marty. Marty said our image is so bad that it's unfixable. Did you know that?
He's a victim.
Hold up, Marty. You know what you already said, so kill it. You're trying to say, yeah, that's just you're just throwing up. That's just talking points. Now I'm holding you. You taking me to court. You took the wrong person to court. You're sitting there trying to agree with Rico when he completely disagreed with you just now. And you're trying to make it about me. Trying to cook me. You can't cook me.
You can't cook me.
James, do you believe that black men have a rough time in Colombia and Brazil?
We all agree with that. We talked about that literally at the beginning of the show. It's exactly what we were talking about. They're saying that if you are white, hold up, dude, Jesse, we already talked about this, and the other guy was on the show saying if you are white, you have an easier time, and that is the best. That is the hierarchy.
Wait,
If you are
James,
black,
and that
you're
other
black.
guy, was that
I
other
didn't
guy
say that.
black?
God
Was
did.
that other guy black? What color was that guy? He wasn't
I'm
even
six-
black.
He's the color
I'm
Victor.
sure-
It doesn't matter. He said what he said. He's the one who said it. And y'all
He
agreed with
wasn't black.
James, I'm 6 foot tall. I'm sure a 6'5" guy probably has it easier than me. Doesn't mean I have a hard time.
Well, I'm 6'2", so
Okay.
He's a
so
6'2"
I get where
victim.
you're coming from with height, but we're talking about race, not height.
Bro,
6'2"
same
victim.
shit. There's no issue.
All right, hold up, Jess. You seem to be chiming in, and I'm not sure where you stand. Are you also saying that race does not matter when you go to South America? And you fare the same way as the guy?
What I'm saying is that I've had no issues in either
You
Brazil
in particular,
or
okay?
Colombia.
Cool. All
I
right,
have
so you
friends
don't agree with?
Yeah,
All right,
I
but you
really
don't
have
think so?
issues either.
He's a black man.
Okay, so you guys don't think so, right?
So what
I
we're
think-
here to
I think
say
in
is we
different
disagree
countries
with
there's
the
more
other people on the
preferences.
panel.
Now, when I went to Argentina, do I think I was a preference? No. I think
Why?
white guy was a preference. But did I have any troubles? No.
Why is it that you don't think that you would have preference? Why do you think you had a disadvantage when you went over to
Because
Argentina?
I did not get the usual treatment that I'm used to.
Why?
I just told you. I don't think that they don't have many black people there.
Well,
When they see
well
me-
that
they
was
see me, like,
well.
in Colombia,
that-
when they see me, they know they're like, "Oh, you're from the U.S." In Argentina, they're like, "Where are you from? You're from Haiti? You're from Colombia?
So you
like,
think-
where are you from?"
So you didn't think race had any? So you didn't think race had any? I'm sorry, Watson.
What'd you
In
say?
Argentina, they're not really too impressed by foreigners at all, though.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, it's not like I
Except
could
for
tell
me.
that I was not. They're not used to someone like me. They're more used to white guys. That's all I'm saying. There, I don't have a preference. They don't. If I was white, I think it would be more. It would be easier, but I didn't get discriminated against.
So you believe that it would be easier if you were a white guy in Argentina?
Yeah, I think that's
Why?
their preference.
No, fair enough. Why?
Because they only see white people. There's no black people in that.
The majority
Well,
of the
you think that it's
white.
only because they don't see enough black people? That's the only reason?
No, they have a history of racism. They used to,
Okay.
of course. But did the question is, did I have a hard time in Argentina? No.
So you believe that you had some difficulties in Argentina because you were a black man?
No. What I'm saying is, did I have an easier time in Argentina than I do in Colombia or in Brazil? I'm saying I did not have that same result.
No, that's not when we were talking. You just said, you mentioned about white guys. Do you believe that the disadvantage were based on the fact that you were black and there's a history of racism, like you said?
I believe that their ideal man is white there. Now,
And
if you come up
you-
to if you're a black, if you're Asian and you look something different, will they treat you different? No. They were like, "Oh, hello, who's this guy?"
Fair enough. So you believe that? So I mean, you did. It's like, I don't know if you're saying it and then you try to chime it down. Though, is there? I mean, there was some racism and race that made it a little bit harder for you when you try to go for certain women out there in Argentina. I'm not sure what you're saying. It's like you're saying it, but then you say
No,
something
that's not
different.
what I'm saying at all. All I'm saying that me as a black guy, I am not the preference there. Were women racist to me? No. All I'm saying is black guys are probably not their ideal guy. Now, did the girls give me a time of day there? Yeah, but not like how they would in Colombia or Brazil or Mexico or even in the US.
And it was based on race.
She
In
says
my
white
opinion.
She says white privilege does exist, Rico. The fact that you can acknowledge it is better for white people in South America is something racist white people all the time. That super chat was really hard to read, man.
Yeah, it was.
The way how you worded that shit, I could barely read that. T. Bryant said, colorism isn't just a black thing. Asians, Chinese, and Koreans, for example, treat darker Asians different. That's true. Darker skin is typically associated with outdoor labor, lower wages. It's not just racism.
Total facts. Yeah, and when I talk about South America, the only thing I can talk about is Colombia because that's the only place I've been in South America, right? And in Colombia, I will say there is some racism, right? There is some. But the level of racism there compared to the United States, is hugely different, right? And black like the races all get along there, like all the different, white, black, Asian, whatever. I mean, they even got Asians that are Colombian, right? Chinese they actually own a Chinese restaurant, been cooking Chinese food for generations, probably. Even in the hood, man. I've been in the hood in Colombia where I had to order my damn Chinese food through a gate, through a window, man.
Well, just keep in mind that I'm more focused on our image than actual specific racism, because I like it when people come at me with racism, because I like the argument, because I like making people feel like shit when they're racist, and I'm good.
I don't think you.
Jesse, hold on, Jesse. What cities in Brazil have you been to?
I've only been to Rio here.
Okay, that's why he's saying that. Yeah, try Sao Paulo.
Oh, forget that'd be a different story.
Yeah, that was my wake up call that all of Brazil wasn't like Rio and Salvador.
Yeah, but only in Sao Paulo you feel that way.
Huh?
Only in Sao Paulo you feel that way?
Only. I flew over here and I have a very similar experience to the other 3 cities I went to.
Do they have black people there, like black girls?
They have Native Americans that are darker than me, but they don't have people that look like they're like of African descent. No.
Okay.
But no, I mean, I don't feel like I have to look at. Hold on, Austin, the guy you interviewed said Rio has more races. Yeah, that guy that I interviewed in Sao Paulo, we disagreed on a lot. I didn't like what he was saying. I was waiting for him to come out and say racism didn't exist. That's what I was just waiting for him to say next. That didn't sound too far fetched. But yeah, Sao Paulo it's just Sao Paulo is like that. Manaus is way better when it came to that. I don't feel like if I felt like I could approach a black chick here, but in Sao Paulo, no, that shit was getting annoying.
Well, hey, Austin, Marty and I have talked a lot, and one of the things Marty said, because he was prepping me a little bit for Brazil, he was saying in Rio, though, that a black man, it is sometimes tougher it's easier. Let's just use him. It's easier for him to get non-black women versus black women. Are you still listening, Marty?
Oh yeah, I'm queued in.
No, yeah, that's the same thing I was saying. But that's only in Sao Paulo I found that to be true.
But that's what's different. Marty's saying to me when him and I talked that it was in Rio and me liking black women, that I would probably pull black women in Rio easier than a black guy.
Really? Oh yeah, Rico would clean up hands down easily. And he's no victim. He's no victim.
I'm definitely not the victim. Oh no, never that.
So hey Marty, do you believe that Rico would clean up more than Jesse?
Yeah.
Why?
For black women though, we're talking about for black women.
Well, it doesn't matter, whatever women. But why do you think that is?
All right, to understand what I'm saying, you, my friend, have to understand cultural dynamics here. You do not live here, so let me educate you. Basically, in this part of the region in Rio, and you can extrapolate this out to which other city, but here, it's like whitewashing. It's not so much where the States, they have black bad imagery that you allude to. Over here, and Austin will back me up, white people are only on TV. White people are on all the commercials. When you go outside, white people are on all the billboards. That's what it is. There's no amount of billions of dollars from America that's going to change it here. So when I talk from a perspective of someone who lives here. Understand me? So it's going to be different from you escaping to Germany for a year, or if you have like a nomad visa, whatever you have. I live here. So I'm going to tell you what it is. And you asked me the question, what could you do for the individual? Because let's be clear, a lot of you ninjas can't afford to move here. So I don't have to worry about swaths of black men coming here, taking over, So let's talk about the individual. There's a reason why I said that to you. So
sure, ask about me.
Just listen, sir. I'm just educating. So
Okay.
all I'm saying is when you get here, you know, when you actually take your boots and put them down, and you understand the culture here, it's going to take a while. But once you understand the culture here, you're going to say, oh, this is what I need to do. Right. For me personally, and everybody's different, right? You're a different individual. Poppy Rico's different. Jesse, Austin, everybody's different.
Okay.
Well, we're going to
Okay.
speak
I
in
got you.
general terms. No, you don't
Let
have
me,
because I didn't finish. Hold up, sir.
okay.
So
Fair enough.
once you get here,
But you
just
are going
hold
on
on.
a little bit.
Don't babble, sir. Let me just go. Let me cook.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, like I was saying, once you get here, you're going to understand Rio is a very sociable place. Every night they have free concerts, free events. On the weekends, they shut down the roads so people can jog. Now, guess what? If you don't have a social circle, guess who doesn't get invited to go anywhere? The victim, right? If you don't have a social circle, guess who's not going to go to the baby reveal parties? The victim. Now, guess who actually does go to these things? So I can educate you on what happens. When I go to these places, I'm not trying to talk to women. I'm being myself. The women come to me. See, a lot of times, the black men, we have this thirst. When we get around pretty women, we just have to go. But you understand once you
Marty?
observe the men here don't press up on the chicks. The chicks press up on the men. So once you understand that, now you figure like, okay, all I have to be is clean, sociable, likable person, and it will come to you. Those are my 5 solutions for you, from me to you. Now, if you have any solutions from you to me, I'm open to hear it, and I'll shut
Fair
my
enough.
mic down.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. All right. So one of the things you started out saying is that the reason why that Rico would do better than Jesse is because they're on the billboards, they're on commercials, they're on TV, which answers my response to what we can do to change it. But you said nothing about why socially he would do better. And you didn't admit because you went on to saying about how well you do. Okay, you must look like Jesse. Okay, now you said those things, but you tried to downplay it when I said those things. And Jesse, you laughed. And then Rico came in and made a joke about it when you literally said the reason why it's like that is because of things that go inside with exactly what I said needs to change. Now, why do you think it is that there's a bunch of white guys all on TV, all on the billboards, and all in commercials instead of black people in areas where they're predominantly black? Which will also answer what else I was talking about. Cultural appropriation also matters in Brazil heavily. And you talking about going to baby showers in Brazil. One of the things, if you are an alpha male, okay, you do things on your own. You don't need nobody. You don't need to make friends. You don't need to do anything. You go out on your own. You do things. You talk to girls on your own. As far as I'm saying, if they come up to you, well, according to what you just said, they'll come up to Rico over Jess. So what is Jesse going to do to make sure that they're coming to him and not Rico if he's the one lonely white guy up in the room? You
First
haven't
of all,
answered any of that.
Jesse
And you
knows
agree
me.
with everything that I just said.
Jesse
Everything that I
and
said
Poppy
today, you
knows
agree
me.
with in that one little
When they come to
step.
Rio, they ain't got to worry about being on their own. You, sir, sound like a lone soldier. Were you in the military? Special ops? You sound like a lone wolf incel. That's the truth. You sound upset. You sound backed up. And you're frustrated that things aren't going your way. I understand, brother. Let's sit down and talk. Now, what you have to understand, you're talking to Marty. Everything I talk about is on my channel. I'm not hiding my face. Everything I talk about.
You are hiding your
Rico,
face. You're not cammed up,
Rico,
Marty.
Poppy Rico, am I lying about anything I'm talking about?
Marty, turn your camera on.
No, I'm actually naked right now. It wouldn't be a good look.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. But
Marty,
anyway, Rico,
my response to you rebutted and crapped on everything you said. And
that's
all you
great.
can do is start
Now,
calling me
Rico, am I lying about anything I said to this young gentleman?
I don't believe you've lied about anything. I mean, you're speaking about your experience.
Yeah.
I mean,
in my experience,
how can we say that's a lie if that's what you experienced?
I know he's not lying because I agreed with him. I said my response to how we fixed our image is exactly what he believed is the reason why you're doing better than Jess. You would do better than Jess. He
Calm down,
said
sir.
those things.
Calm down, sir. It's okay.
Hey, Austin, do you want to read that super chat?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he says
One.
Rico is willfully ignorant. Black people in South America experience more racism compared to black people in the United States.
I would say like I said, I only know about Colombia, right? So and in Colombia, and I date black women, and I've been around black people and white, you know, all kinds, right? And I've never seen racism in Colombia. Like
Right.
I've never seen it.
Right. Wow, that's awesome, Rico. But you still believe that you would do better than just because you're white, like Marty said,
I
right?
didn't say that.
Marty did, and you agreed with him.
No.
Can I speak for me?
We're talking about Brazil. We're talking about Brazil.
Okay, Brazil
If
or
I was
whatever,
going
it doesn't
after
matter.
black women.
Dude,
In Brazil, you believe that, right?
Dude,
In Cali, Jesse would be equal to me picking up women. I could guarantee
Okay,
you.
but in Brazil, no, right?
According to Marty, I don't know. I've never
Well,
been there.
do you believe that, Rico?
Okay, hold on a second.
No,
Who
Marty,
lives-
no.
who-
Do
who
not
lives in
rescue him.
Brazil?
Rico, do you believe it?
Hold on a second, Rico. Who lives in
Marty,
Brazil?
mute your microphone.
Do I live in Brazil?
Rico, do you believe it?
Do I live in Brazil? Or do you live in Brazil?
Look, I'm a rephrase
No.
this
Answer the question.
panel. You guys
Answer the
wanted to
question.
make it about me. You
He's a
wanted to bring
victim.
smoke to me. You got it. I'm gonna smoke your asses.
He's a victim.
Rico, do you believe it?
Who lives in
Hey,
Brazil?
the top
Me or
3
you?
people.
Stop, hold up. No, Rico, do you believe
I
it?
got
people
this.
have
Rico,
been
I got this.
to
Let
Brazil,
Rico answer the
right?
question.
Jesse is in Rio. Marty is in
He's a
Rio.
victim.
Austin is in Manaus, right? And maybe Shape might even be in Brazil for all I know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Rico, do you believe it?
He's
I
a
can't
victim.
speak to that because I don't speak about things that I don't know.
I'm asking you. Do
Based
you
on
believe
what
it?
Marty
Yes,
said
you
to
don't
me
believe it. You don't know.
Austin
His
may have
veins
said
is
to me,
popping
I
out
would
his
say
forehead.
yes.
He's a victim.
I could do better because I'm white in Brazil.
So you have no idea.
I have
This
no
one
idea.
angry
How do I
nigga.
know? I've never
Okay,
been there.
fair enough. You don't. Oh, no, I thought you were agreeing with Marty. Marty said that he believes that you would do
Bro.
better than just because of race.
Bro, like I said,
And I just wanted to know if you believe that.
That's it. I
And he
don't
said,
know.
and he topped it off by saying the reasons why
top it
are
off.
based on reasons that I believe that we can change and redevelop our front
He's
to
a
make our image
victim.
better.
Yo, no Diddy. Come on. Top it off. Whoa, slow down. Woof.
You the one who said you want to heat my seat up and burn it up. You forgot you said that, didn't you?
Wait,
I
sorry.
didn't.
Sorry, James.
We got a new person in the room. Go ahead, man.
Whose man's is this?
Peace and blessings to the panel. You know what I'm saying? What's up, brother Austin, brother
What's going
James,
on?
Marty, brother Jesse, brother Rico.
What's up?
I'm gonna be quick, y'all. I just wanted to chime in because I think there is a little miscommunication as far as everybody trying to get their message across. A lot of going back and forth. I hear what you're saying, James, as far as like, you know, our image, it needs to change, but I'm on the full agreement, honestly, with Marty because cultural differences. I had a little sister who taught in South Korea for 3 years, and she was very big on South Korean culture. Found a little dude or whatever, and then she used to tell me all the time, like, pretty much only images of us or what they know of us was through TV and media, but then that was very slim. They pretty much were nationalists. You know, a lot of it wasn't even necessarily just about black. It was just about being Korean. You know what I'm saying? Preserving their culture, preserving their race. And now I've been to Colombia once. Now I'll go to DR mostly, but in DR it's kind of very similar too. Now, yeah, a lot of y'all who've been to DR, y'all know a lot of them look just like us, just speak Spanish. But you know, I dealt with a couple of girls
from the
there.
DR.
Yeah, and you know, and I speak Spanish, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, what I've learned too is just they were nationalists. A lot of it was just about keeping it Dominican. Now, yes, there are some appropriation as far as, you know, lighter skin and stuff like that. But as far as to your question about how can we fix our image, again, I'm with Marty as far as it's kind of it's unfixable because of the fact what we support. I mean, look at what goes on TikTok and social media and just regular media at all times. You know what I'm saying? It's always the ratchet shit. You know, we're 360 degrees of different folks. You know, we got doctors, we got scientists, we got lawyers, but that's not what's championed. You know what I mean? So, and kind of what Marty was saying,
not enough.
Kind of got to. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Well, I was gonna say what we got to do is just really worry about self. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like Marty. I don't think in our life.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Thank you, brother Rico. But and you know, and again, not to jump on you, James, because I
you can jump on me.
With me being, because I'm a real shit. I'm an African for real.
Whose man's is this?
My mom from My mom's from Nigeria. I mean, my dad's from Nigeria. My mom's from Alabama. So, and you know, here I got an American accent. But guess what? When I go to Nigeria, talk to my folks, and I say, yeah, I'm Nigerian. First thing they'll say, oh no, your ancestors are Nigerian. And you know, I really got to fight off telling my last name, my middle name, which is Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? Then they'll kind of respect it, and or they see my dad come up. Then it's like, oh, you are Nigerian. So I think a lot of it, brother, is nationalist. You know, a lot of them want to stay true to their culture, you know what I'm saying, first and foremost. And then, you know, kind of what Marty was saying also with socializing. He is absolutely right with brothers coming from America, not socialized. They don't take the time to learn the language. They don't take the time to customs. They don't take the time some of the small things, you know what I mean? Because I do know in some of those countries, it is about pretty much somebody have to pre-qualifying you to make sure you cool. Because let's be real. Same thing it goes in our country. You know, somebody foreign or somebody just not from your section, your hood or whatever, you're not gonna just go on face value what he or she says. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to make sure somebody certifies that person. So, and that's just pretty much what I just want to just chime in the panel. Austin, you're doing a great job, brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, letting everybody know about, you know, the world abroad. I salute everybody in this panel, man. I just want to just lay my 2 cents, man.
Right. But also, just so you know, Rico disagrees with you as far as there being any kind of a racial issue, and you also believe that it is so bad that it's unfixable. Just making sure everyone's saying that.
What I said is you can't control what other people do.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
No, you can't. You can't control.
Absolutely, you can.
He's a victim.
No, where did that come from? How did that make sense to what we're talking about right now? What the fuck? He loves saying that. But, all right. Anyway, what I mean, as far as controlling what people do, you could control what people do, and I'm gonna prove it to you right now. The way people speak, the way people dress, the style, what's cool right now all over the world is based on a hip hop program, right? And what controls that? What do people follow? They follow what they see in music videos, etc. Like Marty said, billboards, commercials, TV. All of that shapes us. But you don't know that the American social structure was shaped by the Leave It to Beaver programming.
I don't know all you on those TV shows. I don't know all you talking about right now and how that's relevant to a motherfucker who's living in Brazil.
Of course it's relevant. It talks about what we're talking about.
You guys Leave It to Beaver, and I'm in Brazil watching women dance samba. What are you talking about?
You guys, Marty, you got to read some books to get educated if you're going to respond to what I just said, man.
What do you listen? Sit your incel self down for a second. Stop being the victim.
Damn, dude, you are Marty. Would you please
get out in the real world? Get off your couch.
Some chocolates and a pillow or something, my dude. What we're talking about is some serious ass shit. If you don't give a damn about our black image, then you're part of the problem, brother.
He's a victim.
Because I care about that.
I can't change.
Oh, James, that don't apply.
Rico, this has nothing to do with you, brother.
You want a pamper? You a victim.
I'm a victim. You're the one who keeps coming in with this and getting mad and trying to hurt my feelings and and I'm the victim. Dude, you a victim right now, and I'm literally on the verge of making you one. If you keep coming up with this ignorant stuff, I'm gonna start telling you a truth that's gonna leave you.
Your name is gonna be James Victim
I'm telling you right now. I can tell by the stuff that's coming out of your mouth that you are nowhere near the dude that you're trying to portray. I don't give a damn what you put on the internet. Based on your response to what I just said, and you constantly calling me a victim like a right winger.
Yeah, you mad,
I bet you vote for Trump.
Ooh,
you're being real ignorant right now.
Yeah, you
wait. So a black man can't vote for Trump.
Nigga, did you say you want to fight me?
He's a tough guy.
That's it. You sounded almost like
now you better watch your mouth.
You ain't black.
See, now you're showing your ass. Now you're showing your ass.
Toughest victim I ever seen.
Now you're showing your ass.
He's the toughest victim I ever seen.
Hey Jesse, just curious. You're in Rio right now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So how long have you been there?
I've only been there a month.
Okay. So just curious. So from your perspective, and so you're a black dude. Do you prefer black women, or have you found it harder to date black women there? What's your experience there?
You know, it's crazy. So before Rio, I mean, I very little date black women. It's been mostly Latinas. But since I've been here, they're different. They're more attractive and they're more feminine. And it's kind of crazy. You talk to them and they don't have attitude. So, but yeah, I mean, they've been great.
Yeah. So, did you date black women when you were in Colombia or not?
I was in Medellin, but
and there's not a lot there.
No.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well,
it's funny because I date mostly black women in the United States, but I date like a Nigerian girl, 2 Haitian girls, like they were from different countries, right? A Kenyan girl, and then I started going to Colombia. I basically dated what we look at as a Latin looking girl, like not white, not black. What we even though black people are Latin, right? But what we stereotype as Latin. And that's what I mostly dated in the beginning. But then when I started going to Cali, I said, man, there's a lot of black women here. I need to get back to the black girls. And so I started dating mostly black women in Cali.
Then you'd love Brazil then.
Rico, like I spoke to you through the WhatsApp. Let me tell you, Rico, when you get down here, you could work out ahead of time to get your cardio right if it's not already there. But I'm trying to tell you, you are going to mop the floor with these women, especially the Afro-Brazilians, when you come down here, because, what I'm trying to explain to the panel, they don't have this ideology because of Hollywood. To be honest with you, American music really doesn't even play here. You know what they play here? Lou Jamila, Anita, and Funky. The funky music. Yeah, they don't even really, they don't know too much. They don't even know, to make this make sense, they love Beyonce. They don't know who Jay-Z is.
Oh man, that's crazy.
To understand cultural dynamics. So when I'm talking to this victim, he doesn't understand what I'm saying. When I'm speaking, it sounds weird to him. It sounds very like, what is this guy talking about? It's very simple.
So wait, let's just ask Jesse. Jesse, do you agree with what he just said? Because to try to see if.
Yeah, I mean, girls here, they don't. I was talking to a couple girls and they're like, yeah, we don't even listen to reggaeton. I was like, what?
They don't listen to reggaeton? That's
yeah, they don't. Yeah.
I was like, wow. Well,
they have their own version, which is like the funky music. It's like the Bali funk music. That's their thing. I don't particularly rock with it. I mean, it just sounds like distorted noise, but it's their thing. You know what I'm saying? If it's not that, it's the samba music. If it's not that, it's Anita. If it's not Anita, it's the Lou Jamila, because they have like a little rivalry going on right now. And then it's like the acoustic.
Hey, you good, bro?
Yeah. So like when I'm trying to tell his
victim, why are you asking me that?
It is. When I'm trying to tell his victim how it is on the ground, he's not comprehending. It's strange to him.
Dog, I'm listening to y'all. Why y'all want to pull me back in? I thought they were having a good conversation.
I said victim. I didn't know you was going to take it like I was talking about you.
Oh, no, you asked if I was okay. I said, why are you asking me that?
Like this, rocking back and forth.
Yo,
I don't know
his new name is
you guys were talking. This conversation is still about me.
Austin, I got him answering to victim now. I can't believe this. We converted him.
He asked what it was. Never mind. Go ahead, guys.
He's a victim. But like I said,
if you guys want to turn this conversation back over to me, I'm just gathering information for the stuff you're talking about.
You already done. You cooked already. So anyway,
you didn't cook. You didn't cook. You didn't cook, Marty.
When you come down here, Rico, trust me, you're not going to have an issue, because what I was trying to say, the media of American media.
No, I'm just going to butt in. Marty, why did you think Rico was clean up?
I'm talking to Rico.
I just want to butt in because you're a jackass. Marty, why do you think it is? Why is it that you think Rico would clean up?
Media doesn't hit them the same way American media hits. Like, they're not in the house watching TV all day. That's what we do as Americans. So we think with our victim brains, other people in other countries does this. That's not the case. They're outside, they're at the gym, they're being sociable because they have social circles. They don't have victim circles. So like I said, when you come down here, you're going to build a nice social circle. People are going to be coming up to you. Now, like I said, it's what they're brainwashed with. I'm not here to be a freedom fighter. I'm enjoying myself here. There's anywhere you go, there's going to be good and the bad. You got to see the elephant in the room, acknowledge it. I understand racism exists. Not a big deal, because I'm not a victim.
Exactly. And that was my point that was my point about my ex-girlfriend's father who played professional football and ran the Philadelphia Eagles. He's director of football operations, right? He didn't have that victim attitude. And I have friends that are CIOs at my bank, right? He's a black dude, this black CIO. I mean, you know, he sure to hell is not a victim. Like, you know, we all know racism exists, but like, it's something you acknowledge and you move on. You know, like you don't let it go on.
Back on that.
Marty, why did you think that Rico would clean up?
Talk, dude, let's shape talk, please.
Oh, real quick, y'all. Like I said, I'm gonna be quick because I got to get on up out of here. But I'm gonna just put something in perspective for you too, James. Man, again, I'm Nigerian, man. You know, Nigeria is 90% black, 270 million. But you got to remember, they were colonized by the Brits, so that appropriation goes there as well. You got some who's all pro-black, and Africa, and then you got some who try to model themselves after the British. So racism is so deep rooted, man, where it's like you just can't just up and fix it with the change of media. A lot of that stuff is inbred in some people's ideology. You got generational thoughts of that as well. And it just can't be fixed overnight. And, you know, just like the brother Marty was alluding to, you know, he acknowledged it as well. He did acknowledge your point that racism is, you know, even where he's at. But, you know, that's not where he's going to focus at. You know, he's going to change the whole world problems. He's going to try to make the situation best for himself, just like the brother. Brother
Hey, Shifter, why is it that white dudes do so well out in Nigeria?
Well, actually, they don't do that well, brother.
They do. You know that's true. I've been there.
What?
They're not deep in Legos, bro. But again,
you've been around the whole world being a victim.
Really
Trust me.
That's who was Asians, because they running everything. They buying up everything.
Oh man, that's a shame, man. Like you know what the Chinese are doing to Africa.
They're really wreaking havoc, and they're taking your women and everything out there. What's happening out there off the wall?
Crazy shit, man.
It's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? So
it's not cool.
James, you know, I ain't gonna be like recipe on jump on you, because I do understand where you're coming from.
No, you guys, you're more than welcome to double team on me. I don't mind that at all, because you're not. I don't mind. You guys want to come at me from all angles. I don't care.
My brother, one thing with me, you know, I came in with respect, and I'm just respecting everybody in the panel. You know, we can all have different opinions and be able to agree to disagree.
So, all right, Shifter. So you don't believe that there is no racial issues affecting us going overseas and meeting women in different countries at all?
Well, I want to say racial. I mean, I think everybody's acknowledging what you're saying. Like racism exists. No, I mean racism exists, but it just hinder it does. Like I'm like the brother Jesse. It don't hurt my experience, man. You know, when I go down to Costa Rica or I go DR, I get to hablando español, and I'm all the way good.
You ain't having any problems, man.
Nah, and a lot of it goes back to
you guys are missing my point. I'm not talking about black men having problems overall. I'm talking about our image overall. You keep conflicting the two.
But who cares about the image, man?
And that's why you keep trying to make it about me. You're completely missing my point. You respond to me, start out, and then you talk about something completely different. You guys agree with me, and then you disagree with me, and then you agree with me again, and then you turn around and tell me exactly what I just said to you as if it were your words. You guys are off the wall.
Well, hold on, brother. Let me on your issue about the image thing. You know, okay, you're right. Image applies in certain aspects. Okay, well, let's take DR Costa Rica, for example. They're closer to the U.S., so yeah, they'll be exposed to more Americanized media, but to what you I think it was Rico or Jesse was talking. No, it was Marty. You know, the further you go, like he said, a lot of them folks aren't in their house stuck on the TV all day, and they're not obsessed with American media. Europe, yes, a little bit. Australia, yes, but they got connections to the West. Certain parts of Africa, man. Hey, unless it ain't like y'all, like I think it was Rico saying, like if it ain't like a Beyonce or something like that, they don't know half what's going on over here. You know,
you said Australia.
Yeah, Australia. I say Australia. They're gonna act like they got the connections to the West. But when you they talking about some Argentina, if you're not seeing it, if you don't see a lot,
well,
going back to what they was talking about last time.
Well, no,
I'm sorry. Say it again.
No, I said, what did you say happens to us when we go to Australia?
No, I was saying as far as the media of our image, it's not going to.
Well, what is it about our? I know, but what are you saying about our image in Australia?
What I'm saying is Australia, yeah, they have connections to the West. So, yeah, they'll probably get Western media as well, like the UK.
Well, Okay, I know, I understand that, but are you how is our image affected in Australia?
No, I'm talking about what our image is portrayed down there.
Right. How is it portrayed in Australia?
Pretty much what they see on the US television. If it's just
I understand that what they see, but in other words, if I go to Australia and you go to Australia, how do you think we're going to be treated based on what you just said?
Like victims.
Again, but like,
Well, listen to the hater. Go ahead. Answer.
Yeah, if you go to Australia, yeah, like I know what you're trying to get to. Yeah, they'll probably have a stereotype of just like
right.
Like the
what kind of stereotype?
The hip hop stuff or whatever because of what they're
right.
exposed to. But
okay,
it doesn't apply all over. In the end of the day, too, brother, you know, me, you, we're all African descent. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to get on to the whole racism, how our image is portrayed, okay, we can talk globally. Africans are, you know what I'm saying, we're despised. We want to go down that road. But again,
that's exactly what I was talking about. That's the road that I'm going on. That's all I was talking about.
But where I didn't agree with you on, because you did say this earlier that it could be fixed in a week, and it cannot, because of again how it's been ingrained.
That may have been a bit of an exaggeration, but I was really trying to muscle my point in. But yes. I do believe that in a week we can make some serious grounds.
Well, it has to be as a collective, though. It has to
be as true. I believe that it needs to be more than just one people, but a week, I guess, yeah, I was just trying to push my point. I was appelling a little bit, but I do believe that in a week we can make a serious impact. But it's going to take a lot of us, and it's going to take something that's, in other words, we're going to have to push that social media. It has to be on a very big platform.
Yeah,
a very big platform. However, just to let you know, when black men go to Australia, because I've been there and I'm in Germany right now, we're treated very well by women. There is no, but you're a black guy. Only the white men do that.
Oh, okay.
And also in Australia, when it comes to the white guys, even in Australia, all the women of mixed race go after nothing but white guys 100% across the board. It's the white women that seek us out. And we get some amazingly, you can find yourself an amazing wife in Australia. So the whole thing about, there's no setback on that.
Well, James, what you think
that's Australia?
Do you think they desire us, or do you think they fetishize us? Because some of that shit could be real.
That's true.
Both.
I've had some.
Yeah, both.
He's a victim.
Well,
yes. Have you ever been to Australia?
Well, no, I haven't been to Australia. No, I was asking because I know some of my brothers.
No, I asked Jesse. Jesse, have you ever been to Australia?
No. I was agreeing on the point that he said sometimes we could be fetishized.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. What I was trying to tell y'all was both. You guys are being busy being ignorant, which is one of our problems.
I was agreeing sometimes black men are fetishized.
Yeah,
I understand that. When I tried to answer the question that I was asked, and it's both out there. Yeah. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Tom?
Jesse agreed with you.
Yes.
Yes, I understand that. I was just making sure that he heard because it was having trouble getting it across. So I made sure I reiterated it.
Well, and now I definitely can see that desire more so runs in Europe because I'm a military kid too. I was in Germany 1st through 4th grade, and a lot of my dad's cousins, stuff like that, they'll come to Europe to study or whatever. And there's a big influx of Africans all over Europe. But I do know, like in Asia, like a lot of brothers go to Thailand, and like I said, Korea too. They just more so hear that we the BBC for PG-13 words, and they just want to get a sample of that, and that's pretty much where it all stands. They want to have a good time, but not want to pursue nothing long term. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but I understand that. But do you realize that all over Europe, you see black men married to beautiful white women all over the place, everywhere,
right on.
All over Europe.
And I was agreeing with you because I said it's right there with Africa because you get a lot of imports coming there versus like Australia, where we're not coming down there in mass numbers, so therefore they're not seeing us as much. It's kind of like with the same thing with Asia.
Not enough of us. Yeah,
we haven't been coming to like Thailand and stuff, and really in recent years where we're coming in this big of number. You know what I mean? So again, going back to what they perceive we are about, sexual deviance and what have you, and that's where I said I agree with your point as far as what we're portrayed throughout. But as far as cleaning that image up, I don't see it happening within the next 10 years, bro. I think it's going to take some time, bro, because again, it's an ideology that's ingrained in a lot of folks.
What do you believe? What you believe needs to happen in order for it to change?
Man,
how would you do it if you had all the money and all the resources?
Shit, to be honest with you, man, hell, that's a super hypothetical, but
it's not hypo. Not really.
You can't change it, man. I mean, why? It is a hypothetical.
Rico,
that doesn't like even affect your life. It's going to take like how many years before that shit can change?
Rico, I simply said what he would do, what it would take. It's a simple question.
But why care?
LV,
let him answer. Just shut the fuck up.
We're never going to experience it, dude.
Let me read these super chats real quick. Hold on 1 second. It says, also, just look at the whole panel. Are you truly surprised these guys are passport bros and can't get beautiful women in the States? Pure cornballs. The next one is from Fresh Produce says, when you use jokes, distractions, it's because the arguments hold no weight. Look how some people can disagree but not use jokes and others can't. T. Bryant says, how would you be treated and received on the moon? You're responsible for yourself. If you don't feel received when you walk into a room, walk into another one, or just try smiling instead of
listen to that, James.
Facts.
Let me ask a question, Austin. Let me ask one simple question. Why is it that white women, with all of our terrible exposure, give us more play than black women? How does that exist to you, Sergeant Victim?
Sergeant Victim.
That's your new name.
You're asking me that question.
Again, I'll say it again, Sergeant.
You're complaining.
Now, why do white women seem to not give us any attitude? Even with all of our bad press that you allude to, they seem to not play the games overseas. Now, how does this exist in your worldview, being that you said our global image is so bad? Sergeant Victim, go ahead.
So you asked, why is it that white women overseas or in the United States? I'm confused.
I'll say it one more time. You ready?
Man,
are you ready?
You know what's strange?
James, Marty, are you talking about women in the U.S. or overseas?
It's like you can't hear. Do you have a fucking hearing aid?
Rico, shut the fuck up.
You got a hearing aid? Like, what is your
shut up.
You don't understand people when they talk to you, man.
No, I'm not. No one's talking to you at all. The question was for me.
Know why he has problems overseas.
Dude, just answer the question. Are you talking about women in the U.S. or overseas?
His ears is a victim. Everything's a victim on this guy.
I mean, something's wrong. Like, he cannot comprehend when people talk.
Are you talking about women here or overseas?
Real quick,
gentlemen. You want me to say it again?
Say peace to the panel. Thank you, brother.
Okay, in the United States, are you asking me, right?
All right, man. 6 minutes left, you guys. We got 6 minutes left.
6 minutes left. That's it, man.
Okay.
Also got to go to sleep.
No, I'm actually in a good mood. I just like getting passionate. That's all, guys. I love getting passionate about this stuff. So I'm going to answer it as if you're asking me in the United States.
You to ask the question. I'll say it one more
time. Marty, just shut up. Marty, just shut up. I'm going to answer the question as if you're talking about here in the United States.
So let me ask the question again because you didn't understand the question.
No, I don't want you to answer it again. I don't want you to try to reiterate it because you're going to try to change it. I'm going to answer the question as if you're asking me in the United States. I'm just going to talk right over you. One of the main problems is, one thing too, and white women do not do that. White women do not are not no different than black women in the United States.
Hey, boy, you want me to ask you the question
the same rate that black women mistreat us. I mean, they do the same thing. And sometimes we do get treated a little better. One of the things is white women are raised a lot different in that aspect, but not clear across the board. Our women are raised to look at them first, and the man second. Yeah, to take care to in other words, to become successful. Don't worry about men. Men ain't this, men ain't that. They're raised being told that we are less. The way to be told that we are the problem. Raised to be told that we're attackers, like we're gonna hurt them. You know what I'm saying? We're actually raised to see that way. So our women literally are raised to hate us in so many different aspects in the United States. That is one of the biggest problems that we actually experience in the United States.
Commercial on what not to do.
As far as going overseas, those are foreign women. because the black women in those same countries are going to treat us the same
He's
way.
a passionate victim.
They're raised the same way in these foreign countries. So if you go to a certain neighborhood and those women are treating black men that way, all the races of women are going to treat black men that way. Out here in Germany, the women talk and move and party and socialize the exact same way.
Time, Austin. I see why.
If they're raised there, that's how they're going to behave. So if women from that sector of the country are treating black men a certain way, they're all going to do that. It doesn't matter what race they are.
I know.
If you believe that white women are treating black men a certain way, then I don't know. I mean, what country do you believe that? Because in the United States, that's something that happens.
I know what country. Victim
Hispanic women, white women, and black women. Okay. Now, if you say a white woman is treated better, I guarantee you she was raised a lot better than whatever black women you say mistreat us. Because if you got the black women doing this right here and the whole you better call me queen. Those are not good black women. I can go to the United States and the black women are not acting like that. I go out to Houston, I'll see beautiful black women all the time. And every time I see black women that are like that, they're married. So if you come across a black woman and she ain't got a ring on her finger and you're in the United States and she's got those kind of traits, you better snatch her
energy on this 50-year-old
she's
dude
gonna
right
be
here.
married like soon.
This guy's 50 years old, talking like an incel, a victim.
Right, I'm a victim, and when I'm trying to answer your question, you're sitting there talking the whole time I'm trying to respond. You're ignorant.
James, you talk.
Marty, you are a young, ignorant idiot.
Points every single time you get on.
Rico, shut up! I'm talking to Marky. I'm talking to Marty. You asked me a question. I'm doing my best to answer it, and you're talking and being ignorant the whole time I'm answering you.
Guy's gonna cry.
I'm crying. I'm sitting there trying to talk to you, and you sit there being ignorant the whole time.
You want to pamper?
You guys really think you're winning talking points, and you sound like three Stooges.
Stooges? What cartoon is that? Stooges? What cartoon is that?
The one that you're in, Marty. You're in a cartoon right now. You're animated.
What's the Stooger?
Right. This is your response. This is your response to what I just told you.
Anyway,
I thought you would carry on the conversation. You asked me a question and I answered.
With all the bad press that us black men, that's according to this victim, that we get around the world, why is it in these countries the white women are very cooperative? Even though we get all this bad press and all this racism.
I just answered you. What's your response to what I just said?
You're a victim. He's a victim.
I mean, I seriously still don't get being concerned about how other black men act or behave.
No one said that, Rico. Shut the fuck up. I did not say that for the fifth time.
This guy is mad.
It's one of your damn favorite talking points.
Nah, I just like talking tough to you guys.
For the black people of America going to different
countries. I am pretty tough, actually.
Shit.
A victim.
It's crazy, man.
Keep it up. You might end up a victim.
And then you're worried about like
victimhood. That's
victim
threats. That's victim threats.
About yourself, how you move. Don't worry about general.